talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
Yeah, I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked, cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just so by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind. To the videos, they thought I was a black guy. That's hard to get over. A foreigner in the sport, but I'm fully devoted. I don't take it for granted that the door's been open. I knew I was different, I knew I was chosen. A breadwinner, but I'm soft-spoken. Authentic like a 5950 and there's no cap. Let's have a toast to that. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the They done baptized the bad guy. Still don't follow religion. The fabric's not average. The cotton's Egyptian. 500 for the shoes, come dirty, but the European. Less is more and less is the bank. Up the score, I pull up from trade. From the tray, I'm ballin' like trade. Do what I can, I do what you can't. I wrote this 30,000 feet up. 10 toes, stay G'd up. I'm tryna get that type of wealth, like a house on the hills, can't see us. Say the money still me up. Stay humble, stay teed up. I don't tell you how to live, so don't hit me with no weak stuff. And if you know the deal, then you know the deal. If it's real, then you know.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do 2 things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
All right. It is Monday night. We don't have NFL football going on, but we got Love Crossing Borders going on. Shout out to all you guys and ladies that are here. Tonight's topic is a serious topic because we are going to be talking about our Americans at our breaking point. We're going to be talking about mental health on this particular episode when it comes to those of us that are living in the West. So this doesn't just pertain to the United States. It also pertains to you who are in Canada, who are at your breaking point, all of you in the UK, as well as those that are throughout the West, as far as Australia and New Zealand. Are we at our breaking point mentally? We're going to look at that tonight. We're going to talk about at least 7 reasons why we're at our breaking point. And of course, we have videos from Americans speaking up in regards to that. And not just Americans are going to be speaking tonight. We're going to also hear from individuals that actually moved to America and discovered what our country is all about. They realize that it's not the land that's of milk and honey. They realize not necessarily everybody is acquiring the home of the brave and the land of the free. Then, of course, we're going to hear from expats that have decided, like, listen, I'm an American, but I don't have to be an American in America. Let's say that again. Such as myself and many other individuals have discovered that we can be 100% red, white, and blue, full-blooded, no meat byproduct, no artificial flavoring, no artificial coloring, full of 8 essential vitamins and minerals, part of a complete breakfast. Americans, but we don't have to live in America. So the question that we're going to be pondering on this evening, gentlemen and ladies, is America, as far as Americans, at our mental breaking point? Is it mentally too expensive to live in the United States? Is it mentally too stressful to have relationships in the United States? Is it mentally problematic to deal with politicians while still in the United States? We're going to talk about it from a mental perspective. A lot of times we talk about it from the economic perspective or the male or the female perspective. This time we're going to look at the United States from the mental perspective. Shout out to all you guys that are here with us this fine evening. Shout out to you for being here. And let's get ready to do the shout out. Shout out to you guys, first of all, who are supporting us by way of being in the chat. Chat lives matter. Shout out to all you guys who are Patreon members. I'm going to be putting you guys into the intro. So if you're a member of the Patreon, you will be going into the intro, the new intro that I'm going to be dropping. And so I'm going to be putting you Patreon members, showing you guys some love in the intro. Shout out to my man Don being here. But first of all, I'm going to give a shout out to my man Kenny being in the building first, who always gives me ideas of what video to produce. Shout out to Kenny, the behind the scenes producer. My boy Vic, my brother, my family, Victor Ash in the building. Shout out to you, Vic, for being here. He said mental health is a real challenge for us military veterans. I did know that. I was watching a veteran who used to, he's kind of blowing up on YouTube. He used to be a U.S. sniper. And he says, I have my good days and I have my bad days. He said, I'm starting to finally get more good days, but that don't mean I don't still have my bad days. He said, we go in a while. He said, but we come out as a fraction. And that's basically what the brother was saying. He's all over YouTube now. He said the day-to-day challenges, day-to-day challenges are real. Shout out to all you guys that served in the military, man. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Shout out to all you guys that served in the military. Even though America hasn't had a true war since the Civil War on our own land, you guys have protected us from having to not have had any type of war on our homeland. So shout out to you guys. My man Tevin King is in the building as well, gentlemen. Tevin King, the great. He says, you need to be only physically fit. You need not only be physically fit, but mentally fit as well. If you try to gain the upper hand to pursue in the pursuit of life, of lifelong goals. Absolutely correct. That is so true. Man, Don, aka the Don JP, is in the building. He said, good evening, Andre and Andrea, and to all in the chat, because chat lives matter here. Thank you guys once again for joining the Patreon. It's only $5, just $5 to join the Patreon in the beginning. Then there's more that's coming down the turnpike for you guys. Jay Anderson, the great, they call him. They call him the great, gentleman. Salute to the grown man chat. Andre and Andrea, love crossing borders. Salute to you, gentlemen, as well. Let's get the salutes out there. You Texas boys. Salute to you guys from Canada.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
You Florida and Tampa boys.
Tampa, 813, Trigger City. Let's get it.
All you dudes up in the Chi.
And you say Chi City? Chi City? Chi City?
Coming home again.
Yes, sir. And all you dirty South boys.
What you really know about the dirty South? What you really know about the dirty South?
And all you Midwest boys. You know I got a special for Detroit boys.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with us. Shout out to you guys from all over the country, from the Midwest, you Kansas boys, all the way down to you San Diego boys. Shout out to all you Phoenix guys, all the way up to North Dakota. Glad that you guys are here in Nebraska. Appreciate all you guys, especially you New Yorkers, New Jersey, New Hampshire, and all you guys in that area as well, still dealing with the up and down weather. Shout out to my man Charles being in the building, my boy Charles. He said, passing through, saying what's up. I'm glad that you're doing great. Charles, put in the comment section how your health been lately, brother. Let me know how your health has been going, man. Keep me up to date in regards to that. Put in the comment section, let me know. He's saying the answer is yes, like in church. Yes. The answer is yes. It is stressful right now. A global spinner says this. Shout out to you being here, brother. Like that name. He said, good evening and salute. Salute to you as well, kind sir. Salute to you as well. And once again, my man GJ Dating is in the building. Blessings, brothers. Blessings to you all. My man Chris, representing of the Rogers family, first of his name in the year of our Lord 2025. He says, what's up, Andre? He said, I wish I was here for the Play Live, that one that we did a couple of days ago. He said, I'm a fan of it. He said, I support what you had to say. I appreciate that, Chris. I really do, brother. Thank you for being around. Thank you for being part of the family, brother. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you, gentlemen. Don, AKA, once again, Zero in the building, representing DMV boys. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. My man Ellis representing as well. Salute, Andre. He said, back at it again. Yes, again. He said, last night's live was yeah. You guys know how I always have a story or two to tell. I always have a story or tale or two to share. So at the end of the day, let me get this fixed up real quick. This cord is kind of long, so I'm trying to keep it from distracting me. There we go. Maybe that'll be a little better. Okay. Trying to keep it from distracting me when I push the button. All right. My man Rico is in the building. Shout out to you. Good evening, Andre and Chad. Shout out to you. And we must be doing something right because Black Empowerment is in the building. 01, as well as dollar bills. What are we doing right, gentlemen? What are we doing right? Shout out to all you guys here. Looks like I froze for a split second. I'm seeing myself frozen for a second, but let me close some of these windows out. I can open them back up later. Let me close some of these windows out. Maybe that will help out. All right. And Bobby Coltrane of the Coltrane family is representing. He's here as well. Shout out to you guys. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to you, Bobby. Yes, sir. Let's get ready to get started with we're going to get started with the videos in a second, gentlemen. Once again, thank you guys for supporting. Any cash apps will be still going towards the next round of the Children's Cancer Foundation. We're going to be giving again towards them. So I appreciate you guys being a blessing to the kids here. We're talking about the Cancer Foundation here in Cali, Colombia, in which they have their own version of the Ronald McDonald House for children that are battling cancer and their families need some place to stay while they're here in Cali. So they come from the surrounding cities and the surrounding states for take their children to the cancer foundation or cancer hospitals here in Cali, but they don't have a place to stay. So they have their own version of the Ronald McDonald House here in Cali, Colombia, which is called the House of the Providence House, or the Divine Providence House in English. And they do a lot of great things for the families. So shout out to you guys. He say, keep motivating the masses. I'm trying, brother. It is not easy. We're going to talk about one of the 7 things. First thing that makes it hard for most Americans when it comes to the mentality of the United States, because we are slowly but surely coming to the reality that the American dream cannot come true for most of us. The American dream will not come true for most of us. Most of us have come to a reality, especially these generations under Generation X, the Gen Y, Gen Z, the millennials are starting to come to the reality that it's going to be hard pressed for them to buy a $400,000 house on average. The average house in America is $413,000 to buy the average house in the United States. That dream is deferred for most people. Number 2 thing that we realize in the United States that is causing us to be mentally checked out is we are a country built on labor, cheap labor. very, very few of us in the United States get paid for what we actually do. The more you make, the more they expect you to do. Take it from me and many of you other guys that whether you were in the military or whether you were civilian, you got promotions. Notice that your raise wasn't that much of a big deal compared to all the work that you have to do once the higher up you go in your position. You feel like your labor is becoming cheaper. And okay, how many of you guys have ever felt like when you got in a management position that you wish that you could go back and just be entry level? All the work that you put in, you feel like you're doing a job for 5 people, especially in corporate America. And you feel like, man, I feel like I get this promotion back. They can have this promotion. I'll go back to my regular position. I know people that have turned down promotions because they found out that the raise was not equivalent to the labor that need to be done. In other words, our country, whether it was free labor that built the country, now it's cheap labor that sustains the country. And your labor could be $70,000 to $80,000, but there is over $150,000 that's of work that's expected of you to do. So just because you got a $100,000 job, you feel like you're working a $300,000 job, don't you? America is made and sustained off of free and cheap labor. That brings us to the number 3 thing that makes America mentally stressful for a lot of us is this. This is not anti-American. One thing Americans hate to hear is the truth about our own country. So they think everybody is ranting, you're a traitor, you don't love our country. Why don't you just give your passport up? People are getting tired of hearing that. People want authenticity on YouTube and social media, and people want to hear the truth finally. And the truth is we are stressed the hell out. We can pretend and lie about it all we want. We can stand in front of the flag and do this all day long. But just like Victory and all the other ex-military guys, you guys are finally admitting to yourselves, like, listen, I've got mental issues that are causing me to be stressed out from serving in the military. And now I'm stressed out by everyday life as a pedestrian outside of the military. And nobody wants to talk about the 2 stressors that the military, ex-military guys go through. It is not easy to have gone through what a lot of you guys have gone through and then just try to walk a civil life as if nothing happened. But the rest of America wants us to just pat you on the back. Thank you very much for your service. It's more than that. And somebody has to say it. So this is not an anti-American channel or anti-American rant. If you don't like America, leave. I left. Now what? You can't say that you can leave. I left. Stop using the American dollar. That's another one I get all the time. Why don't you stop using the American dollar? It's called geo arbitrage. You can look up the term. Let me move this out of the way. Shout out to my man, Black Nubian again. It's called geo arbitrage. What's geo arbitrage? When companies, corporations take advantage of having stronger currencies in countries with lower currencies or more leaner taxes. That's why so many American companies their headquarters are located in other countries such as Ireland, where you get a bunch of tax breaks as a corporation, or they're located on an island, or they're located somewhere else in Europe. Why? Geo arbitrage. They're able to use the strength of the American dollar against whatever that currency is or tax breaks are in those other countries. If white corporations can do it, who the hell are Black Americans to tell us other Black Americans stop using the US dollar? You ain't tell it to white corporations. The day that y'all tell it to white corporations, I'll stop using the American dollar. Until then, you're gonna do the same thing for me that you do for them. Shut up. Because you don't say nothing to white corporations that's been using the American dollar in other countries. but now you want to come at your own brother. Number 3, this piggybacks off of what I just said. Number 3 reasons why Americans are stressed out. The truth of the matter is not everybody is built for the American dream. Not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. Not everybody has the discipline to sit in a chair for 15 hours a day. I love, like I always do, my favorite quote when it comes to entrepreneurship. An entrepreneur is a person that's willing to work 80 hours a week so they will never have to work 40 hours a week again. I'll give you that quote again. Some of you, it went over some of you guys' head. An entrepreneur is a person that has no problem, that's willing to work 80 hours a week so they will never, ever have to work 40 hours a week again. Not everybody's wired like that. They trained and groomed and educated us to be what number 2 was, laborers. We are a country of laborers. Yes, we have many businesses and successful businessmen and people that were on drugs at one point in time, like Samuel L. Jackson, going from the bottom all the way to being one of the greatest. And actually, he's the number 1 box office draw of all time. Samuel L. Jackson has been in more blockbusters than any human being in world history. Guinness Book. Guinness Book. Samuel L. Jackson has sold more tickets than any man, movie actor on the planet. Think about it. From the Django's to the Star Wars, all starting back in Jungle Fever and Coming to America time period. He's been in blockbuster after blockbuster after blockbuster after blockbuster, from Pulp Fiction to Snakes on the Plane. All the Avenger movies, all those tickets added up, and every movie that he's been in from the Star Wars franchise on makes him the number 1 box office draw of all time. Guinness. Not all Americans are like that. Not all Americans know how to go out and get a business loan. They don't know how to do an LLC. They don't know anything about a C Corp. They don't know anything about an X Corp. They don't know anything about a holding company. They don't know anything about that. Most Americans know very little about the difference between the insurance term life insurance, or whole life insurance, or any other form of life insurance. They just know I just need life insurance. We have been groomed not to know. So when we sit back and say, people come to our country and say that you can start an American business and it'll grow and it'll take off, most people don't know how to do that in America. We think because we see it around us and it's a commonplace that everybody is doing it. No, most Americans are laborers. Most people in their home countries, even here in Colombia, are laborers. You could go to college and they will groom you to make a lot of money as a laborer. If you think I'm kidding, ask the average doctor. Does the average doctor have his own practice? They don't do that. Where they work? In a corporation known as the hospital. What about most nurses? Do most nurses become practitioners and have their own team of nurses that are traveling nurses? They don't. Where do they work? In the corporation known as the hospitals, clinics. So no matter how high you get, you can still be a laborer in the United States. And that's what's stressing a lot of us out. The next one is, when it comes to United States, number 4 is, we have been groomed to play the victim. Name one group in the United States that doesn't play the victim. White people, they play the victim too. You could look on YouTube, TikTok, everywhere. Excuse me. White people complain about their local politicians, their national politicians. They play the victim just as much as we do, but they voted for that politician. The same white people that's crying about Trump voted for Trump. The same ones that got fired by Trump, that 100,000 that got fired by President Elon. Shout out to President Elon. Trump ran for king, Elon ran for president, and they both got for what they wanted. Elon is now president, Trump is now king. Trump is oh, you think I'm playing? Trump is nothing but the royalty that they have in the UK. And Elon is nothing but the head of the parliament that they have in UK as well as Canada. It's the same setup that they have in. So we want to criticize Canada or criticize UK for having a king. Guess what we got now? A king. And guess what we've got? We got nothing but Winston Churchill, head of the parliament, and his name is Elon Musk. So let's not act brand new like we don't know what we're talking about. Like I said, this one is America's. Black people love to play the race card. Latin people like to pretend like they worship white people because they don't love themselves. I said it again. White people, Latin people, everybody knows. Everybody on the planet knows you worship white people. You cannot stand being Latin. You play like you like being Latin. You wave your flag around like you like being Latin. But if you could be white, if you could walk up to God and ask God anything, everybody knows that Latin people will walk up to God, no matter if you're Afro-Latin, if you machista, if you're indigenous Latin, doesn't matter where you're from, you will walk up to God and say, God, please, would you make me white? Everybody knows it. From Dominican Republic to Dominican Republic, and here we go. You ready? The indigenous of Mexico, as well as the indigenous in South America. And many of them are our color. I'll say it again. Many of the indigenous are our color. And Latin community worship. Brazilians worship. I said it. We all know it. So if you Latin people think that we don't know that y'all love the stinking bottom crust underneath the toes of a white person, we all know it. Everybody knows that y'all like to play the victim against each other. Cubans don't want to be Cubans. You want to be white. Puerto Ricans don't want to be Puerto Ricans. Y'all want to be white. Colombians don't want to be Colombians. Y'all want to be right. Brazilians don't want to be Brazilians. Y'all want to be right. Everybody want to play the victim game as if being yourself is so traumatic. It's so bad. It's so difficult. Everybody's doing it. Why? We were programmed like that. Well, the Jews ain't doing it. Jews still cry about the Holocaust. That's their number one trump card. They cry about the Holocaust, and they also cry about what's going on in their home country. Even though they're the ones that might be doing what most people might be against. They still play the victim. They got the upper hand. They throw rocks and yet want to cry, America, see what this person did to me? Go get them, America. Go get them. So even their community cries victim. We're all of us, me too, all of us cry victim. All of us cry. We focus more, in other words, we focus more on the problem than we do the solutions in America. Not everyone. That's why America is so great and so grand and so large and so amazing, because not everybody focuses on the problem. Many have focuses on the solutions. That's why we have so many amazing inventions and inventors. They focused on the solutions. But most of us, we're groomed. We're groomed to put problems under the microscope, not solutions. And that is mentally stressful. That is mentally stressful. Always put Black people. It is stressful as hell to put yourself in a victim mentality from the time of birth until you die at 83. That is stressing the hell out. It's tight for Americans, Afro-Americans. It ain't as tight as we claim to be all the time. Black people, we got to admit to ourselves, a lot of our stressors are because of us. The economy is tight for everybody. That ain't got nothing to do with us taking artillery into somebody's party and shooting up the party and deleting 3 little kids in our neighborhoods in the name of gangs. That ain't got nothing to do with the economy. Black people, we can only go so far with try to blame everything on slavery. There are so many black people that are so successful in the United States. Not everyone let our past hold us back. Some of you guys are so successful in your life. You are great fathers, great uncles, great people for your religion, whether you're Islamic, whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Buddhist, whether you're a Hindu, whatever it may be, whatever Catholic, whatever belief that you have been amazing with doing it, even though you are in this black suit, in this melanin suit. You didn't let it hold you back. But there are so many people in our family still crying slavery, slavery, slavery. Yes, we deserve reparations. We deserve reparations, yes. But stop waiting around for it and do something with your life. I'm tired of us talking about the crime that the white police officer did, but 15 deletions took place in Chicago over a weekend. We ain't cried and marched about that yet. We ain't marched about none of the crimes that took place in St. Louis. We don't march about anything that happened in Detroit. We don't march about anything that's happening in Kansas. All them crimes that be happening in New York and DC. But black on black, we never march with a black on black crime sign. We just want to cry victim all the time. And this is the crazy part. The ones that overcome the victim mentality always win. And I'm not talking about white people. I'm not talking about black people that pretend like they white. I'm talking about the brothers that said, I'm going for it anyway. I'm black and I'm gonna start this business anyway. How many of you guys that were okay, you think I'm playing about black people can be successful with this color? How many of you guys have stood on the stages of life and you were the only black brother in that room? In that sales group who was succeeding, how many guys been the only black dude? When it came to that person that got hired, were you not the only black dude? Were you not the only black dude of one or two families in your neighborhood, but you lived in one of the affluent neighborhoods in your city? How many of you were maybe one or two black dudes that went on here and got the car of your dreams? How many of you were one or two black dudes that got the woman that you really wanted and you were happily married and still happily married to this day? You know how many times I've been the only black man in a room of successful people? And it wasn't because, well, they only let in a certain amount of black men in the family, in the group, in the success. That's why. No. Let's say they did that. Let's say they did that. Only a certain amount of black people could get in. Not one. Every time I go somewhere, I'm the only one. I'm the only one standing on somebody's stage, the only one. I'm the only one at the golf course, the only one at the tennis court, the only one doing a fly fishing, the only one. How many times we as brothers got to be the only one? And you might want to cross one more sister and one more brother at the golf fundraiser. My golf game is trash, but when it's a fundraiser, I can network at the fundraiser. Most of the time, we don't succeed as black people because we don't even try. If you want the truth, because we don't even try. That's why I say to black people, for all of you that try and then racism holds you back, I'm the first one to come back home with a picket sign. For all of us that play victim, I ain't got no love for what you're talking about. I got love for you, but I ain't got love for what you're talking about. There are a lot of us brothers and sisters that have made it in spite of. There are a lot of us brothers and sisters that are accomplishing things in spite of everybody want to cry victim. The white man, the white man, the white man. While y'all crying, the rest of us succeeding. And then you want to talk about us. Or you just trying to be like the white man. Wait a minute. You ain't watching close enough. I'm trying to get my life to the point where the white man want to be like me. Kendrick then got his life to the point where the white man, as well as from the help of other brothers like Jay-Z, put him on the Super Bowl stage. That young brother could have played victim like anybody else. And because he didn't play victim, he ended up on the Super Bowl stage. With a sister who could have let white people hold him back. Serena and her sister could have easily coming out of Compton. We the only black women. We're black and we're women in this tennis game of all white people. White people don't want us to be here. They could have easily played victim, but they didn't. And they ended up being, if not the greatest, two of the greatest tennis players of all time. But that's America. And that's what mentally messes us up, because we have been programmed, all of us, to play the victim, to focus on the problem and not what's standing in front of us, the solution. The next one is number 5. That piggybacks off of what I say that's mentally messing us up in the United States. We have a follow the herd mentality. Oh, we some herd following mother. If we don't follow nobody else, we gonna follow everybody else. I'll say that again. Americans love following the herd. You can tell American a truth, give them statistics, walk them to where it happened, get video footage and interview the person that it actually happened to. And Americans will still have 50 different outlets telling 50 different stories. And the herd will follow. We love following a good old-fashioned lie. Boy, if you do anything for Americans, don't tell us the truth, we will follow you all the live long day. Lie to us? Lie to us? Shh. Man, we gonna follow you all day long. Why you think, okay, if you think I'm lying, why is it that in herds, Black men over the last 5 years have discovered how much money, and many of them have become millionaires by way of social media? All they have to do is tell lies to Black women on social media. You are a queen. You don't deserve him. Steve Harvey has become a multi-millionaire. Act like a woman. Think like a man. Steve Harvey got a relationship court show now. As if he's a real judge, he's got a relationship court show now, including all his other television shows. Everybody from that television show, that YouTube channel, Tonight's Conversation, where the brothers get on stage and have these sisters come in from all over the country. Every city they go to, hundreds of sisters show up just so these brothers could tell lies to them. Get your money, brothers. I ain't hating on you. Get your money. Telling lies to women has become a commodity in the United States. The herd mentality is real. Sisters ain't trying to hear the truth about going to the gym and losing weight. You see all them heavy ass sisters going into that show, Tonight's Conversation, with all them brothers and sisters on stage. Ain't nothing but big girls in that crowd. How come I ain't got no man? And then they lie to him. How come my man cheating on me? And then the people on stage lie to him. Derrick Jackson made millions and still making money, lying to Black women on social media. And because he lied so much, brother, it is a tidal wave of brothers on social media making buku change. Yeah, I said buku change. All they got to do is just stroke the ego of the herd of Black women. And they know if you can convince 1 or 10, you can convince 10,000 women. I'll say that again. If you can convince 1 to 10 Black women that it sounds sincere, the message that you're giving, you can get 10,000 to 100,000. Ask your local pastor. Ask your local pastor. Why did Black men stop going to church in record numbers? Because pastors were pandering to women. Didn't care nothing about talking to men as well as families. Pastors stopped talking to families years ago. Pastors stopped talking to families years ago. The two group pastors, for the most part, you'll find every once in a while there's a good church. You got to look for a good church. It's sad that we in the Black community, you have to say, I found a good church. One of the things that we have to admit is that in many churches in the United States, they have stopped talking to men and they have stopped talking to families. And that's why men, among white men and black men, have slowed down going to church. We'll have Bible study at home. We'll study our scriptures online. We'll have our favorite YouTube pastor. Maybe we might find a different pastor church. But at the end of the day, if you're not talking to the head of the house, which is the black father or the white father, and you're not talking about families. See, black women don't need social media. White women don't need. So if you shut social media off completely, you can shut social media off for black women and white women for 30 months. They're going to go back to their original panderer. The original panderer, before there were all these YouTubers and TikTokers pandering to women and putting them in bad situations when it comes to relationship. The original panderer was our pastors. You think Derrick Jackson did something new? Parented to women and got the panties and got paid. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Other YouTubers pander to women, get the panties, and get paid. There are so many black dudes on YouTube and black dudes on TikTok pander to women. They DMs blow up, get all the panties, and because they're getting the view, the numbers that they're getting paid. Who's been doing that long before social media? Your pastor. We got pastors that got more kids outside their family than they got in their family. I'll say that one again. We got pastors that have more children outside of wedlock behind their wives' back than they got the 2 kids in the family. You don't need social media to make money off of women. All you got to do is open up a church and lie to them, because pastors been doing that for years. It's to the point where they got a saying in my community, at least in Detroit, we say, because Detroit is a church city. If you can't do it, what they say, teach. We have another one. If you can't teach, preach. If you can't find no other job, time's tight, you can't even become a teacher. The Lord called me to preach. And who do they preach to? Women. And what have the women been doing? Playing the victim. We in the United States are programmed to follow the herd and play the victim. And it's mentally tearing us apart. We cannot keep following everybody and listening to everybody. Sometimes you just want to turn your cell phone off and don't want to hear all this. But the women did this, but the men did this, but the men did this, but the women did this. You get tired of it. You get tired of the Democrats going against each other like a gang. Democrats and Republicans have put the Bloods and the Crips to shame. We thought the Bloods and the Crips were dangerous. Hell no. We forgot all about the other red and blue. The Democrats and the Republicans. They always at it. We can't get no bills passed in the United States. United States, our government don't make no dang sense. Why? Because our politicians are always at odds. They never want to work across the board anymore. Remember, they used to say, they used to work across the aisle. Work across the aisle with each other. Them days been gone. Been gone. Shout out to you guys that are here. We got 56 in the building. Click that like button, gentlemen, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. And that's mentally messing us up. The other thing that's messes us up mentally in the United States, they don't tell us anything about everybody else's countries. We only know about our country. So as far as we know, every other country is messed up. There are people in the United States that still think Africans are round zebras all day long. There are a lot of people in the United States that still think Ireland is next to New Zealand. They think New Zealand is in Europe. There are people in the United States that still think Argentina is next to Germany. There are people in the United States that can't tell you the difference between Thailand, Taiwan, Philippines, Cambodia. They can't tell you the difference between, they don't even know that there's a difference between Hong Kong and China. They don't know that there's a difference between Vietnam and Korea. I'm not talking about you military brothers. You already know. America has us stressed out because they tell us that the rest of the world is pure evil. Don't you take your tail out there. Don't you leave this plantation. You are stressed the hell out on this plantation. And they will never teach you that eggs in other parts of the world ain't $95 a dozen. They will never tell you're stressing the hell out in the United States on your medical bills. Some of y'all could have an arm broken off and you will still drive yourself and your arm in the passenger seat to a hospital because you know that the ambulance is too expensive to come to your house and drive you 10 minutes to the hospital. America will never tell you that many parts of the world, an ambulance is absolutely free, if not next to nothing. What stresses us out is because we think we don't have any other choice. There are no other options. And for those of us with passports, we see and we know that there are other options out there. But think about it, guys. Most people don't use their passports, so they don't know. And when they do use them, what do they use them for? Vacation. We went to Paris on vacation. We went to Philippines on vacation. We went to Cartagena, Colombia, girl. We had a good time on vacation. Never getting the chance to experience the benefits and how great medical is in other countries because they were only there 3 to 5 days, maybe 10, 15 days. They never went to a local restaurant and just sat down. I'm not talking about in a touristy area, just sat down and enjoyed themselves. Some of you dudes have been going to Medellin for 10 years. You can't name 3 clubs locally in Medellin that the locals go to. You can tell me where all the clubs are for tourists and expats, can't you? All the expat spots, all the tourist spots that play hip hop. You can tell me where all those spots. You can't tell me 3 spots in Medellin that don't play American music. But you've been in Cartagena, you've been in Medellin 10 times for 10 years. We don't experience these other countries. We're told that the other countries are evil, pure evil. Not evil, evil. Pure evil. So we don't take the time out to research parts of Tanzania. We don't research Kenya. We think South Africa is still all apartheid. We don't even know that the beauty that you enjoy of the Afro-Brazilians, they came from Angola. So the exact same beautiful black women that are in Brazil are in Angola. You don't know that the number 2 place in the world for Japanese is Brazil. So think about it. You got a fine Japanese that's got the body of an Afro-Brazilian. You don't know that. They ain't gonna tell you that that type of beauty is out here in the world. They will never tell you how fine. When was the last time in the United States outside of Miami or New York or maybe DC and LA or maybe Texas, do they really tell you or you get a chance to see on a regular basis how fine foreign women are? If you ain't got your butt in Florida, you ain't in New York, you're not in Texas, or you ain't in California, you will never understand or see the beauty of foreign women. Like I'm talking about first generation, wasn't born in the United States, foreign. Like they mama came over from Cuba. You don't know nothing about that. Why? Because America only wants you to be around that 70% obesity and overweight rate of most American women. I'll say it again. You can look that stat up. 70% of American women are either obese or overweight. And so you're comfortable with it. And then when you do go to other countries, you're in shock with how healthy and how fit women are in other countries. In other words, America has us stressed out because they don't tell us you have options. They will never tell you that. They want your tax-paying, cheap labor tail to stay right where you are. And they will tell you people like me and Ace Live and Check in Effect and all these other YouTube, Flyboy Way, Tailor Made Dreams, all of us are crazy. We don't know what we're talking about. You're only leaving for the women. That's the only reason you're leaving, for the women. They will never tell you how we're living. We show you what our apartments look like, our condos look like. We show you the beachfront this, the beachfront that. Dudes are always showing you beautiful places and beautiful homes in Africa. And what's the one thing that people always run to when it comes to black men traveling? Women. No matter how many videos we put out, notice our videos on going to the doctor's office, they don't go viral. Our videos of showing our homes in the neighborhoods we live in as black men in other countries, they don't go viral. Us who have solidified relationships in other countries, they don't go viral. But let us put out a video talking about women, among black men at least, that video goes viral. That video gets traction. That video gets views. Why? Because they want you to think when it comes to cost of living, medical, business opportunity, learning other languages, meeting a special someone, you have no other options but the United States. And that is stressful. When I like what in the movie what Elijah Muhammad said, if you get a people to water, and you put, even though the water is dirty and it's full of filth, if they have nothing else to drink, they will still drink the water because they have no other options. That's America. You think you don't have another pitcher of water in your refrigerator. So no matter how much dirt and filth gets in your glass, if you get really thirsty enough, you'll still keep drinking that water, even though you have several pitchers in the refrigerator of life. Last one we're going to look at, and then we're going to get to the videos after I do the shout outs. Shout out to you guys supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chats. You are stressed out because if you dare to do anything with your life, such as use a passport and discover life in other countries, you are a freaking traitor. Who the hell are you, or who do you think you are, getting a passport and not staying here and struggling with the rest of us with mad cow and chicken diseases and recalls on medication and dealing with $95 eggs and dealing with a Prius? Now you're paying $40,000 for a Prius. Who are you to go to another country and buy a beautiful 7-bedroom home for $150,000, and we can only get a 3-bedroom home in the United States for $400,000? Who the hell are you? Who do you think you are? You will be deemed as a traitor. How do I know? Because that's what I'm deemed as, and a lot of other men and women that have left the United States, no matter what color we are, we have been deemed as traitors. Go on social media and see how bad they talk about us. If you think that you're going to get your passport and move to another country and all of America going to be happy for you, it is literally the exact opposite. They can't stand your white ass, your black ass, your Asian ass. You leaving? Who do you think you ought to leave here? I hear so many Americans, man, be like on TikTok, we're resilient. Why do we have to be resilient? Why can't we just move? Why don't I have to ride out to some stuff? Some of y'all already putting up TikTok videos already saying, I just can't wait for this 4 years to be over. Fam, it's only been 2 months. It's only been 2 months. And y'all putting up TikTok videos already saying, I can't wait until these 4 years are over? Is it that bad? So it's bad enough for us to complain. It's bad. Oh, here we go. Let's go through the list. It's bad enough to be in a country where the American dream really happens. It's bad enough for us to be in a country where cheap labor used to be free labor, which we know what the free labor used to be. So they train us all from whether you be in a medical field on down to be cheap labor compared to the level of work you're expected to do based on your dollar. So at the end of the day, when we come to our country, that it's very hard or very rare to become the entrepreneur that's successful like you should be. And we're in a country full of people that are always playing victim this, victim that, victim this. We're in a country full of people full of herd mentality. So you're saying you put me in a country where every other country is evil based off what you told me. But if I leave all the other 6 things to experience entrepreneurship, to experience not playing the victim all the time, to experience to not running with the herds, to experience not to be of labor, but labor for myself. If I do all these things, I'm labeled a traitor. I'm labeled a traitor for entrepreneurship. I'm labeled a traitor because I don't want to be a laborer for somebody else. I'm labeled a traitor because I don't want to be a part of the herd anymore. You're labeled a traitor because you decide to explore countries on your own and make your own decision about countries and not let American media tell you about countries. Now you're labeled a traitor. So any of you guys that sit back and you think that everybody's gonna be dancing in the street, your family members, your cousins, your co-workers, if your college friends, if you think these people are gonna be dancing in the street for you, I promise you, it's gonna be the exact opposite. Nobody's gonna understand you. They can't get you. They think you weird. They think you strange. They think that's stupid. You can find that here in America. Notice they always tell us everything they say, you can find that here in America. You can find this here in America. Why are you leaving? You can find that here in America. Fellas, if you can find that there in America, most Americans wouldn't have left. You can't find a good cost of living in America. When people sit back and say, you can find that here in America, where? What part of America can you find a good cost of living for your dollar? For your dollar. Name it. Any of you guys, put in the comment section what city you live in where you can get a good cost, where you ain't paying exponentially for the cost of living that you live in, even in a small town. You're paying crazy prices to be in the Dakotas now, in Wyoming now. Utah is not cheap. You can get in America, right? Show me where you get the fairness when it comes to cost of living. You get in America? Show me the part in America where men can get decent laws when it comes to child support. You get in America, right? Show me, come on, show me the state where you can get decent rights as a man when it comes to child support. Because 30% of American men who are on child support, you ain't even the daddy. You ain't even the daddy. You got to set up a special court hearing to even, and special DNA tests to even prove that you ain't the daddy. And courts in the United States still keep you guys on child support. If you a stepdad long enough, they will have you paying child support. You can get in America. What state? Come on, show me what state that you can get fair laws for men in the United States. You can get in America, right? That's what they tell me, right? Name the state that you can get fair laws during a divorce. I'll wait. I like what Jordan said, Nowheresville, South Carolina, nowhere. Come on, tell me the state where you can get fair divorce laws in the United States. You can get it in America, right? You get it in America. Tell me the state where people on Social Security ain't struggling. We're talking about seniors. They work their whole lives, get that money. What state can seniors live in where they ain't got to struggle? It ain't a state in the United States where a senior on Social Security ain't struggling, except for those that waited till they were like 68, 69, 70 years old because they had other investments to get their Social Security. Other than that, with 50% of all seniors getting their Social Security at the age of 62, they didn't get any of those benefits all the way up until 70. The benefit I'm talking about, that 8% increase every year that you don't file for Social Security, you get an 8% increase, including the cost of living adjustment. Most Americans take theirs at 62. What state is it fair? You can get it in America, right? Where's the healthy food? You can get it in America. Where's the healthy food? You get it in America, right? Tonight's episode is about mental health. You can get it in America. How many mental health facilities and mental specialists for people of color? You can get it in America. Where? Name a state that specializes in mental health for Black people, especially Black men. You can get it in America, right? When I hear people say, why you leave? You can stay here. You can get that in America. I just named off several things you can't get in America. You can't get fair laws for men. You can't get fair child support laws. You can't get fair divorce laws. There is no healthy food in the United States. You get past that. Whole food, we've been looking at that for the past couple of weeks. Whole food ain't even whole food. So you can't get healthy food in America. If you're a senior, you can't economically survive in America, but y'all say you can get that in America. If I grow old in America, I'm supposed to be able to live decent and respectful as a senior in America. You can't get that in America. So when these people try to convince you, and for the most part, I noticed this, when they try to call us traitors, and when they try to call us, you're a backbiter, you giving up on your people, give up your flag, give up the US dollar, all that. I say this to them. Like I said, the day that white corporations stop taking advantage of the US dollar, that's the day I take advantage of. I stop taking advantage of it. The day that white millionaires and billionaires stop getting 2 or 3 passports, including the US passport, that's the day I give up mine. Because white millionaires and billionaires, Elon Musk ain't giving up his, is he? And he from South Africa. He ain't gave up that South African one and any other passport he got, including the American one. When Elon give up his, I'll give up mine. What they try to do, gentlemen and ladies, they try to shame you because they ain't going nowhere. Misery loves one place and one place only. One thing and one thing only: company. Misery loves company. If I'm doing bad, we all should be doing bad. If I got HIV, I'm spreading it to everybody. They all misery love. If you broke, I'm breaking into if I'm broke, I'm breaking into your house. How you think drug addiction gets spread? Herd mentality. If I'm hooked on crack, I'm getting everybody around me hooked on crack. If I'm a weed head, I won't be the only. I'm sharing weed with everybody. If I'm an alcoholic, I bet you I won't be the only alcoholic in the room. That herd mentality. That I'm tearing that crabs in the bucket, pulling everybody down mentality. And this is why, before we go to the comment section, this is why so many Americans are stressed the hell out. We think that this is the only glass of water we got. We think this is the only glass of water that we have. Now, of course, this is Jamaican tea that Andrea makes for us. Jamaican leaf tea. Shout out to Andre for the healthy Jamaican leaf tea. But at the end of the day, gentlemen, this is why we're going through some of the mental anguishes that we go through. And I kid you not, man. All I can do, and this is sincere, all I can do is recollect on the mental stress of the United States. I have been gone so long, I couldn't even tell you what the mental stress of what you guys go through. I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to lie. I don't put my 2 cents into it, because at the end of the day, that's why I use so many videos when it comes to the United States, because at the end of the day, I've been gone so long, even on my worst days, whether it be economically or socially or whether it be emotionally, it's far better than if I'm having a bad day and my rent is $5,000. It's far better. Outside of the United States, if I catch a cold and a sore throat, and yet my rent and my utility bills add up to be $4,400 a month, it's far better to sit back, trip and fall, chip the tooth, got to go to the dentist in Colombia, than to be in the United States. You chip the tooth. It's expensive to get that tooth repaired, and you still got a car note and insurance of $700 a month. I can't relate. I've been gone long enough. Praise the Lord. I can no longer relate. I can discuss it. I can talk about it. I can empathize, but I cannot relate. All I can do now is reflect. I remember that feeling. I recollect on that thought. Yeah, I remember that time. And some of you guys who have been out of the States long enough, you know what I'm talking about. The stressors that hit us on a regular basis, waking up every morning, don't hit like they used to hit, do they? And so tonight's video, I'm talking about the mental state of Americans, not the money or economic state of Americans. But I'm letting you guys know there is opportunities in other countries. And I promise you, nobody else is going to understand it. Remember I said number 6, America blocks you from knowing anything else from about other countries. Some of you dudes, they're brothers and sisters that own land and property all throughout Africa and are living great lives. And we're going to see some of that tonight. Shout out to you guys. Let me scroll back up. We got a bunch of you guys, 69. I know you guys got 69, 70 people in here. Listen, Andre, run off at the mouth. Let me scroll up and down and hear what you gentlemen have to say, including ladies, this evening. Let me make sure. I think the last person that I spoke. Oh, Charles, I was asking Charles about his health. Charles said, overall, my health is fine. I'm glad to hear that, Charles. He said, dealing with some getting older pains, which all of us deal with. He said, but otherwise, I'm good. Still working on tattoos, but skiing and skydiving is a no-go for me from now on. Never plan to do it either. Shout out to you, Charles. I'm glad that you're doing a lot better as far as your health. My man, YouTuber, is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. He said, yes, keep motivating the masses. Yes, sir. My man, Dark Data. I like that name. That's Dark Data 100,000. Good evening from Texas. Shout out to them Texas boys once again. Shout out to them Texas boys. He said, Charles says this once again. He said there was live on a timeshare. There was live on timeshares. Everyone pays no matter what. You boys, KS did a live stream on it and openly admitted having to accompany him. I remember that. Yeah, Kevin talked about that. Had hired a high-end pay-for-play young lady to accompany him to an event. Nowadays, is on a whole nother level. He said, I think it's better in some cases to rent, talking about pay-for-play from the other show the other night than to buy. He said, no, Unc, it's more than 100,000. Goodness gracious. Woo. DJ says this. Shout out to DJ Davis being in the building. He said they just doubled the workload for everyone at the job, but don't want to give that raise. Is that bad? He said, I don't love these. He said, I don't love these hoes. My man Jay says this. He said, I left too. He said, and my American dollars are what I earned with a 30-year career in IT. God bless my ancestors. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir. My man Reek says this. He said, we earned that passport in the American dollar. 400 years of labor. We earned it. Yes, we did. I like how you put that, brother. We earned that passport. Necro's in the building. Good evening to you, kind sir. Good evening to you. Glad that you're here. Glad that you're here. As well as my man Mega's being in the building. Mega Maniac representing. And my man Ben. He say Trump is Prince John and Musk is the sheriff of Nottingham. I like that one. For real. Seriously. GJ says this. He says, one simple fact is that most idiots don't know. White supremacy was meant to keep poor whites down. This is true. If you do your homework, he's absolutely correct. And one of the ways it was so easy to keep poor whites down was to convince poor whites that they were better than everybody else. So the plutocrats, you look that term up too. So the plutocrats who run everything, all they had to do was convince poor whites that they were better than everybody else, and the poor whites would not rebel against the plutocrats. They created racism just to convince poor whites that they were somebody, so they would not attack the rich at that time period. Kings, queens, lords, emperors, leaders. How do you keep someone at bay? Make them think that they're more than what they are. So the average white person is nothing in the eyes of the Elon Musks and the Donald Trumps of the world. But they think they are. They're running around with their mega hats, and they're running around with their Confederate flags, and they're running around jumping into the U.S. Capitol, not realizing that they have been programmed to be like that. They've been programmed, just like many of us have been programmed. Absolutely correct. These are meant to keep poor whites down. That you could actually, guys, you can look that up. You can do your homework in regards to that. Everything we just said is just historically documented. You can look that up. What he just mentioned is you could do that's U.S. history, world history 101. That's European history 101. One of the ways that they kept the Europeans, they kept the poor Europeans at bay was finding a way to make the poor Europeans think they were somebody without money. They weren't going to give them money, and they weren't going to get their ass land. So how do you do that? Keep them at bay, make them think that they're better than other people. That's all they did. And that's what racism is to this day. It worked, and it's not going anywhere. Yep, he said they've been the same position with that in the 1300 centuries. 1300 centuries? Has it been that long? Or I think he meant the 13th century. Oh yeah, I see. 13th century. My man Ray says this. He said, if you are an aristocrat, no, he didn't say aristocrat. Or if you are artistic or autistic, like me, and are seeking proper mental health support in America, good luck with those that are autistic. He said, I'm fighting hard just to protect my self-worth and boundaries, shaking my head. It don't make no sense. I don't know if you guys realize, and that's true, Ray. Did you guys know that they started 988 in the United States? American citizens are so stressed out to be in the United States. You know, we got 911 for emergency. We now have 988 for mental emergencies. We now have, you get dial 9 in the United States. True, it's so many people stressed out in the United States. They now have 98 that's just dial 988 for mental assistance. Crazy. Shout out to my man Bobby once again. Charles says it's not their fault. They've been indoctrinated. Yeah, the Spanish, under the Spanish and Portuguese caste system. This is true. That is so true. So true. He said we worship white people worldwide. Yeah, that's for real. In the U.S., yep. There's some black people that worship white people too. It's part of the effect of white supremacy. Yeah. No excuse. We are also indoctrinated, but we are dealing with it. Absolutely correct. I'm not going to be indoctrinated and broke. It's one thing to be indoctrinated and you ain't trying to do nothing. You just, man, life just going to be tight. Man, F that. We all indoctrinated in one way or another, but I ain't gonna be indoctrinated and ain't going after no goals and ain't going after any dreams. He says because black folks have been hoodwinked and brainwashed. They're getting in the way of all the white supremacy arrows. I like how you put that. That's meant for white folks. That is so true. Big brother in life shouts out. He said, "Me, me." Let me scroll down a little bit. Jaquez in the building. He said, "Yes, I've been there, done that." Yes, sir. Jaquez also says, "Most of my life has been not because of, but in spite of." In spite of. That's how we're supposed to do it. Live our lives in spite of lives, man. TJ says this. He say, only time they get you is because you are exceptional, and it's because of some quota. This is so true. So true. This plain brainwash us to think that quotas actually really exist in the U.S. Civil rights and benefits of white women. Yeah, civil rights movement of all people. Civil rights benefits did benefit white women more than anybody. That's true. That is so true. Let me scroll down a little bit further. Shout out to Mr. O being in the building. Make sure you drop the link to your channel, O, so we all can support. We got 65 people in the building. Shout out to you, and shout out to my man Jay once again for being in the building. Roy says this. I said Ray, but Roy says this. He said, in church, he said, I was made to look like a clown and talk behind my back. I've been there because of my autism. In church. The same people that's supposed to be praying for my healing, and the same people that's supposed to be fasting for me, the same people I'm supposed to feel that he's supposed to feel, I could feel vulnerable with as a black man. In church. The brother can't have autism in church, but the pastor can have 3 kids outside of wedlock in the church. Let that one sink in. American churches. Remember, you can go to church online. Yes, sir. Take it from many of us. Yes, sir. GJ, Greg says, you're on point tonight, brother. That's for real. Shout out to Roy once again. For real. Good convo. My man Jay in the building. Shout out to them California boys. Oh, I hit the wrong one. There we go, Jay. West Side boys. Shout out to you, my man Ronin Travels. Salute to you, kind sir, as well. And all you ex-military brothers, we appreciate you guys. Really do. We wouldn't know what we know about other countries if it wasn't for you guys coming back letting us know. Because like I said, America ain't gonna tell us, but you ex-military dudes, you told us. Shout out to you guys. My man Ben said, how dare you have a choice? For real. Who do you think you are? Have a choice. How do you have the nerve to exercise it? For real. Yeah, that is society now. That's so true, bro. I kid y'all not, man. I wish I was lying. I wish I could. A lot of you guys say, Dre, you doing the Lord's work. You helping out so many people. Bro, there are people that do not want to hear what I have to say. They don't give a damn about what Ace Live doing, going to showing black people around the world. They don't care nothing about that. They don't want to hear what Check and Effect got to say. They give damn about what Taylor Made Dreams got to say. There are more videos out there against Richie Mack, a black man trying to tell other men you have options. Man, they can't stand, bruh. It will amaze you on social media. They hate the passport bros. They hate you brothers with expat, you black expats, you brothers that travel. Anytime that you are black, or if you're a male coming out the United States and you're not rich, you are going to be criticized. Some of you guys don't notice it because you don't follow that part of social media, but because of this is part of our business. Brothers, I'm telling you, Americans cannot stand Americans that live outside America. You know how you got black people can't stand niggas and niggas can't stand black people? Americans can't stand expats. Americans can't stand they can't stand us. We'll be going on there showing prices at the grocery store in Romania, or we'll be showing how we bought a house in Tanzania. Man, Americans can't stand that. Boy, you talking about some pissed off people. They be all in the comments. Fuck you. Like, you couldn't do that with their money. You could, That's why you live in the jungle of Africa. Americans will go ham if you live outside the United States. Don't think that your YouTube channel gonna blow up off of Americans. It'll blow up off of people that want to experience life outside America, travel a little bit outside of America, make American money, but just an average everyday, I'm Jeb and I'm red, white, and blue American. Oh, they can't stand us, bro. It's crazy. And I'm not playing victim because I could care less. You know, these cameras go off. I still live in another country anyway. You say, on my way to freedom. For real. Oh, I feel you, brother. I feel you. That's serious. That is so serious, man. Yep, none. That's why I named off all those things, because I kept hearing over and over and over again, you can get that in America. Okay. You see, I named, and I just scratched the surface of all the things that you can't get in America. I just scratched the surface of all the things that you can't get in America. So when people always talk about you can get this in America, get that in America, get this in America, get that in America, you can get stuff to buy in America. Yes, you can. You can't even get quality like you used to in America. I'm gonna say that again. You can't even get quality like you used to in America. Your McDonald's burger ain't the McDonald's burger we ate when we was kids. Remember Wendy's? Wendy's used to have real meat, real burger. Wendy's, Burger King, McDonald's, all processed burgers that will last for eternity before they decay. Real beef decays. Wendy don't even give you the same meat that you used to eat back in the day. Man, America don't even give you quality like it used to. You got to pay for it. You got to go in an expensive spot. You got to go to Ruth's Chris. And then you can get you a nice. Other than that, unless unless just your own cow. Shout out to Evildoer in the building. Shout out to you. He said, yeah, Whole Foods. Yep, same thing. Misery, they love company. They love it. Misery love company. He said, I can't even count how many times I've heard that statement growing up in Jamaica. Yep. He said the biggest problem is one that no one knows how to live within their means. We're not raised to do that. More expensive, the better. That's how we were raised. We're not raised to like most people don't know this. I think some of you guys do. That Shaq for years only lives off of 20% of his proceeds. He makes all that money, but he only lives off 20%. You got Marshawn Lynch. To this day, he hasn't spent one dime of his NFL money. He lives off of his businesses, and he lives off of his endorsements that he got while he was a football player. But he never spent one dime of his money that he made in the NFL. You got Chad Ochocinco, still got all the money from his contracts with Cincinnati, with New England. Still got his money. Why? Because he was thrifty and wise when he was playing. He said, man, y'all saw me with all that. Y'all heard Chad before. Chad Ochocinco said, man, y'all saw me with all that gold and all them rings. He said, oh, that was fake. I'm not about to sit up there and be all fly with the real and go broke trying to look fly. He said, man, I wore fake everything, but I had real money in my bank account. Shout out from Detroit, them 313 boys from Nairobi. Yes, sir. Shout out to you.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with them Detroit boys. You know how we get. Shout out to my man Meek being in the building. Peace to you, kind sir. And my man Jay Burden being in the building. Shout out to you. He say, shout out, brother Dre. He say, Miss Andrea. He say, JB from Thailand. Shout out to you. I'm glad you guys having a great time. Thailand is directly 12 hours away from Colombia. So right now, Colombia is like a little after 10. And therefore, it is 10 a.m. in Thailand. Shout out to you guys. Good morning. Good morning. He say, life has never been better since I left the States. Health is much better. He said, and my days are peaceful. Even your worst of days in the States cannot compare. Well, your worst days outside the States are nothing like your worst days in the States. It's true. He said, what up, though? Now, that's Detroit right there. That's the Midwest right there. What up, though, to all my peeps from the D. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Jay Burton. Also, he says, Mick says this. He says, so on the other hand, so in other words, they didn't want to share the wealth with the Caucasians. No, they didn't. They didn't. That's something a small hat. He say that's something a small hat with a big nose would do. Yeah. Yeah. That's something. So I got your point. I caught that. Yeah. Yeah, small hat with a big nose. Yep. For those that didn't know what the term plutocrat meant that I mentioned, plutocrat is a wealthy person who has power or influence because of their wealth. So that's why you guys see me use the term plutocrat, like Elon and other rich people that pay the lobbyists and so forth. The term is often used in a critical way to describe a system where the wealthy rules over the poor. Sounds like our country. Make sure you guys subscribe to our brother. Make sure you subscribe to our brother, Mr. O. Shout out to you. Mr. O is just living. Make sure you guys subscribe. Shout out to you guys. Great guy, great channel, great man, fashion, style, all the information you need to help you become a better man. I'm telling you guys, subscribe to this brother's channel. He say black people criticize each other for leaving the hood. Yeah. So if you go outside the United States, that's a good point. If we tear each other down just for leaving the hood, can you imagine how we treat each other for leaving the States? Yeah. Support Black Male Media. Thank you guys by supporting my Cash App, Super Chats. Appreciate you, gentlemen. Appreciate you, brother. You say Chad flies on. He said Chad flies on Spirit Air. I think Spirit Air is supposed to be up for sale again or something. No limit is in the building. He said, I'm still in Thailand. He said, I'm still chilling. He said, glad to catch the live. I'm glad that you guys have caught the live this morning in Thailand. And Victory says this. Shout out to my man Victory once again, my brother, fellow Floridian, fellow Ohioan. He says, Walmart is cheating on the meat. I heard about that. I forget. I don't know if it was you or Kenny Peoples sent that to me. I heard about that. They scanned the code and say that it's 4.6 pounds when the weight is actually 3 pounds and we just swiped it. That is so true. I heard about that came to light. Scan code, keep it moving, giving them extra money for nothing. Not even realizing that we were doing it. Shout out to the Canadian boys.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
Black Nubian is in the building. Let's get started with the video, guys. We're talking about mental health of Americans first. Then we're going to be looking at videos of the stress that foreigners are going through living in America. I want to say this again. We'll talk about American citizens' mental health. Then we're going to talk about foreigners who looked at our country like it was Shangri-La, like it was utopia. And when they got to America, they're going through the same mental stresses for the same reasons that we go through. And then we're going to look at Americans, of course, who have decided to leave and how they're doing. It's one thing to watch me. It's another thing to see everybody else. Shout out to my man Victory, showing some love by gifting other brothers with memberships. Got 5 new members. Shout out to you, gentlemen. Appreciate you, Vic, man. I really do. Look forward to when you come back down again, too. Let's get started.
I'm an American that's currently living in Europe right now, Romania to be exact. And I have a question for anybody who comes across this TikTok that currently lives in the United States of America. How is y'all mental health? Like, how are y'all surviving through this chaos that y'all are experiencing in the country right now in terms of like an economic crisis? It's like I'm living outside of a bubble, because when I log onto my TikTok, I see so many creators fed the hell up, bro. Like, I was watching the TikTok where people were talking about not paying taxes as a collective, on how they're not repaying their student loans, and Uncle Sam gonna have to come get their money in blood because y'all not paying it. Credit card utilization has reached an all-time high in American history. They're charging 7 to 8% interest rates on trying to buy a crib. 2014 Honda Accords are going for 30 bands plus. Food has skyrocketed, and it's like becoming so unaffordable. So I just want to know how y'all are doing it, bro. And I've been living abroad for like the past 2 years. I only come home for like 2 months out of the year because I play professional basketball. So once the season ends, I come back to the crib. And just my experience living in Europe, like last year I lived in Sweden and now I currently live in Romania. It's like night and day on how countries in Europe is ran compared to how the United States is ran. You feel me? The quality of living in Europe is just different, bro. It's like nothing I really experienced before. It's extremely safe out here. Like, I don't have to worry about walking down the street right now and somebody plotting on me to come rob me, or I don't have to worry about police trying to come harass me just for doing nothing, just walking outside. There's none of that going on out here. I get a chance to eat high quality food out here. The food is literally prepared from the ground to the table, like, or from the farm to the table. It's not a lot of that processed stuff that's going on here as it is in the States. The locals here are happy and they're not stressed out because they can get assistance from the government if they need help with paying their rent, if they have a child and they need money for providing for the baby. Like, all of that is taken care of out here, which eliminates a lot of the stress, anxiety, and the worry that these people have to feel in order to pay their bills. And don't even get me started on like the education tip. I was talking to my Romanian teammate today, and he was telling me how 1 year at a college costed him 1,000 euros for an education, which is unheard of, bro, because we already know if you live in the States and you go to college, you got to pay a bag just for a year. I went to a school my freshman year where the tuition was $70,000 for the year. Thank God I had a scholarship, because if I didn't, I was not going. And to be honest, I could see myself living in Europe for the long term. And if you're an American watching this must be a sign from the universe or from God, because it's not just gonna pop up on your TL randomly. So if you've been having thoughts about coming to Europe, go ahead and make that jump. You don't even gotta move out here right away. Just come out here and visit, because I guarantee it's gonna change your life.
Tonight, mounting frustration and alarm as even more states in the Northeast report swarms of those unexplained aircraft dotting the skies.
Another school shooting in America. The latest scene of bloodshed and sorrow is Abundant Life Christian School.
CEO of United Healthcare heading to an investor meeting when this masked man comes up behind him, firing his gun.
Enforcement source tells CBS News that a 17-year-old female student opened fire today, killing a teacher and another
this morning,
teenage
New York
student.
Post reporting there were messages written on the shell casings left behind on the scene. The messages allegedly saying,
Tonight, authorities
deny, depose, and defend.
that may land in your area. Instead, call 911.
But it is part of a uniquely American epidemic. Guns are the leading cause of death of children, teens, and young adults in this country. Are kids in a mental health crisis today?
We are seeing mental health concerns at a rate that is extreme and very concerning. So we can call it a crisis. And it's something that we need to take very seriously, and it's something that actually has more than one cause. One thing that doesn't get talked about enough is that services for teenagers in particular are highly specialized. There aren't a lot of clinicians, people with my training, who care for teenagers especially. And so in terms of what contributed to the crisis, we saw a huge surge in distress in teenagers in the pandemic, but it's not easy for us to scale up the workforce to care for them to meet the need. So part of what contributed to the crisis is a lot of demand for care and our ability to really meet it.
Gen Z is not in denial. They know that this is messing them up. As one woman said in this beautiful poem, we know it's poison, but we drink it anyway. Because we have to, because everyone else is drinking it. So we have an enormous destruction of mental health, happiness, and education. This counts to me as one of the biggest public health emergencies we've ever had. And this is not like a previous moral panic spread by newspapers. Everyone's seeing it with their own eyes.
What do you make of that phrase, moral panic? This is something that has been stuck to you as well, that you're
Yeah,
accused of
right.
inciting a moral panic.
This is so different from the previous moral panics because we have a mental health crisis that broke out at a very precise point, 2012, 2013. The parents are not freaking out because they read something in the newspaper. They're freaking out because they saw it in their nephews and nieces. They saw it in their friends' kids. And now they have a 3 or 4 or 5-year-old. And they discover, as I did, that the screen is the most magnetic thing for their attention. And they will just sit there and not move. In previous moral panics, the kids themselves said, no, we like our comic books. But survey Gen Z about social media. We did a survey with the Harris poll. 48% of Gen Z, young adults, said that they wished TikTok had never been invented. For Instagram, it was 35%. Now, these are kids who are using TikTok and Instagram, but they use it because they're trapped. So this is not like a previous moral panic.
Herd mentality. Majority of Americans are in herd mentality. They're just doing what other people are doing. That's why they give you something to do. When I say they, the structures, the people who run this whole structure of the United States gives you something to do. What do they tell you to do? You go to school, all right, graduate school, you may go to college, you find somebody nice, you'll buy a house, they'll get jobs, and what they'll do, and you live happily ever after, raise kids, retire, and die, right? That's what the most of the herd is going to do. That's all they know. That's what they want to do. That's the easiest path, the path of...
New article out in USA Today that the number one crisis that cities are facing is poor mental health, that they are being overrun with people who need services for anxiety, depression, OCD, psychosis, and they just don't have the money. They don't have the resources. And I believe we are on the front edge of a tidal wave that is going to last for years. But we need to change the conversation. It's not mental health, it's brain health. If we encourage cities to get their brain healthy, to have citywide initiatives, we can start to make a difference in this epidemic.
After being an English teacher in Mexico, I came back to the United States and I truly did see this country. Listen, I love the United States, but there's got to be some kind of spiritual sickness that's really tearing this country apart. You could solve a lot of the problems in the United States if you just followed a few of the traditions in Mexico, like keeping your family together. I don't mean just the father and mother with a child. I mean everyone in the family, good or bad, mentally good or mentally not so great, you stick together and you all chip in for each other's happiness. You know, you talk to Americans and they are flipping out over the prices, and it's horrible here. But you know, you could all move in together and live anywhere you want. But we're so unable to be close to one another that we don't buy a nice house as a family generationally and make sure we live a good life. We would rather all suffer individually and complain about it.
Before he goes any further, that statement that he made is 100% true. Here in Colombia, you'll see the first generation level of house. That means grandma and granddad first bought that house back in the 80s, 90s. Then you'll see as grandma and granddad got older, the next generation, mom and dad, built a house or an apartment right on top of it. This here in Colombia, I see that all the time, right on the top of it. Then you'll see Andrea's generation, the 24s, the 25s, 26s. They'll build the third level right on top of it. In your own place, your own apartment, it's all yours. And so you'll see 3 or 4 level homes here in Colombia. And it's all one family. We don't think like that. We think I got to get as far away from my family as possible. Posible. We don't think about the money that we could save, the generational wealth that we could create. A lot of us come to South America and we go to Brazil, and we go to Paraguay, and we go to Uruguay, and we go to Peru, and we come to Colombia and Panama, and we get an Airbnb, right? How many times you got a Airbnb and the host was younger than you? The person that was running it was 10, 15 years younger than you, or the person that owned it was younger than you. But they still lived in a high rise with their parents, but they owned 3, 4 Airbnbs throughout Colombia. So while we want to call all these people in these other countries poor because they still live with each other, we're the same ones that's renting out their Airbnbs. And their Airbnbs look nice, don't they? They look nice. In other words, they pour everything into the business instead of pouring everything into individualities, because individuality has gotten us stressed the heck out. My man Dave says, he said, I apologize for the lateness. Shout out to my man Dave Dice. He said, what's good, Andrea and Andrea? What's good, chat? Aiken says this. Shout out to Aiken once again. He said almost 1/4 of the hospital psychiatrists suffer from manic clinical depression. I did know that. And I just came across that information too, requiring their own psychiatric assistance sources or even services. Yep, it's crazy, man. It's sad. My man Meek says Isaiah 5. I was listening to Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, the other day. Isaiah 5. Woe unto them that join house to house, that lay field to field, till there be no place, that there may be place, so that they may be placed alone in the midst of the earth. Everyone should have their space. Absolutely. Everyone should have their space, but the way that we do it, ooh. Yeah. Tevin says this, shout out to you with the $5 super chat. He says, it's the same in the Caribbean, that talk about Colombia in South America. The families usually build a new layer on each of the new generations on top of grandma and grandpa's house. It's crazy when you sit back. So when you come to Colombia and you just see that, it's like, okay, this has got a tall house. You don't realize it didn't start off. You don't realize it didn't start off like that. You know, Colombia is like that spiral stairs. You didn't realize it didn't start off with any spiral stairs. You didn't realize that, man. You don't realize that house has family history. And then quite often, they'll rent that house out. Shout out to you guys over on Rumble as well. Rumble, young man, Rumble. I haven't forgotten about you guys. Shout out to you guys over there as well. But throughout history, you don't realize that house has history. You sit back, you just see an all-white house, and you just like, oh, it's always been like that. It hasn't. That house has a story to tell. Yeah, Andrea's family has it like that too. You know, they can keep the house or rent it out or rent the upstairs part out if they want to. It's just amazing, man, how we're doing it backwards, and the rest of the world is not doing it like that. Let's go back to the video. My man was talking about Mexico. Let me slide this back for us.
And they are flipping out over the prices, and it's horrible here. But you know, you could all move in together and live anywhere you want. But we're so unable to be close to one another that we don't buy a nice house as a family generationally and make sure we live a good life. We would rather all suffer individually and complain about it. No country in the world is perfect. Mexico's not perfect. Today in Culiacan, it's not great for a lot of people. To learn how to use the value of your family bonds to move your entire family to a more secure and peaceful life.
It's fine, everything's fine. It's literally just fine. In order to live in the United States, I literally just have to starve myself in order to fucking survive, because I barely hit $65,000 fucking dollars this fucking year. And I'm paying $3,000 in fucking taxes. I'm paying in because I made $65,000, and that's with taxes. So after taxes, I probably made $55,000, and I have to pay $3,000 of that in. Mind you, rent is fucking $15,000. That literally makes it fucking $19,000 a year. So out of that fucking all that money, let's say I've got $30,000 to fucking work with, right? Okay, what about a car payment? Well, mine's $600 a fucking month. Times 12, $7,000. Okay. Should I just kill myself? Insurance?
It's just like we were saying the other day. Shout out to what E-Man just said. He said, get a man. What is social media saying? Is social media telling women to get a man? It's the opposite. Is social media telling men to get a woman? In the United States, it's the opposite. Why are they programming us to be separate from each other? Because more is spent and more money is made by corporations when this woman as an individual has to pay for rent in a home and a car. And then you as a man, as an individual, have to pay rent or for a home or for a car. There are more cars sold. There's more houses rented. When there are more products purchased, there are more just situations that take place for single people. More plumbers need to be used for two houses, yours and then that single woman's. There's more landscapers have to come and help you with the landscape for that woman as well as yourself. That woman doesn't have a man, so the mechanic works on her car instead of you being her man work on that car. A lot of us men are calling Uber Eats because we ain't got that woman at the house sometime to cook the meal before we get home. It is so profitable to keep American citizens separate. It's too much money. They'll never promote togetherness in the United States. Don't you ever think that? Don't you ever think that tax, she gets no head of household tax break. She gets no tax break as couples filing together taxes. She doesn't get that tax break. Neither do you as a single man, especially if you don't have any kids. So the government makes more money off the fact that you are separating yourselves from each other and you're spending your money separately. So to say, get a man, that's true. She does need a man, but social media doesn't push that anymore. Mainstream media doesn't push that anymore. Movies don't push. You don't have the rom-coms like you used to. Remember think about it in our black community. Come on. In our black community, remember we had Love and Basketball, Jungle Fever, Remember we had that rom-com era during the 90s and the early 2000s? The only way you can see a good black rom-com now is on Netflix. Those independent black movies on Netflix. That's the only way you're going to see that. Love and Basketball. All those movies that were coming out. Even with Steve Harvey's Think Like Act Like a Woman, Think Like a Man. It was still a rom-com. It was a black rom-com. When the last time you and a young lady went out to a black rom-com? As soon as they put out Tyler Perry, Diary of a Mad Black Woman, rom-com era ended in the black community. We don't deal with we miss independent. We don't need no man movie star coming out. You can remember back in the day, you go see Chris Rock, I Think I Love My Wife, rom-coms. You can sit back and see Adam Sandler's, the one when they were all fathers. I forget the name of it. Where it was 4 fathers and their families. Rom-com. The Adam Sandler's movie. I think it was Dads or Daddies or something like that. You ain't gonna have those movies anymore. Those movies are on Netflix. They release them as independent movies now. So if you want to see a good rom-com with your girl, you got to go to Netflix or something else. Or just or go through nostalgia and watch Love Jones again or something like that. Remember we had Best Man, the best man at the wedding, Best Man. When that rom-com came out, black rom-coms. You don't see that no more. Every other Christmas, we had Christmas rom-coms coming out, didn't we? And it had the black families coming in from all over town, different parts of the city. We had rom-coms for funerals. We had black rom-coms for family. Every time you turn around, every year we had like 5 or 6 different rom-coms for family reunions for black people coming together as family reunions. And some of your favorite black actors and comedians will be in those, the ones for the weddings. Remember the black rom-coms? These couples getting married, and all of a sudden the comedians and all the people coming, the family members will come from all over town, all over the country for the black wedding. Rom-coms. You ain't have that no more. Why? There is no money in telling you to stay with the black woman or the white man to stay with the white woman. There's no money in that. It is far more profitable to encourage your woman to divorce you. You know how much money attorneys make when your woman decides to divorce you? You know how much the child support system makes? If you guys think the majority of your child support money goes directly to your woman, it doesn't. She gets a percentage of that money. Well, I sent to you $600 a month. She ain't getting $600 a month. The court systems are getting paid. We need to do a special on that one. What's my point? That's why people like this young lady is going through mental stressors. Ladies, as well as the men, going through mental stressors in the United States, because they are making and programming us to be comfortable with being by ourselves and not coming together as relationships and building together anymore. We just say we want that. We see a few couples here and there, so we think everybody is in a couple. That's not true. Many couples probably could afford that $400,000 house in the United States that's on average. Couples. But they keep us as individuals, so most of us as individuals can't afford that $400,000 house, including 2 cars, including the kids' college, as individuals. All of this is follow the money, guys. Follow the money. Don't think about her as the ladies out there suffering. They don't want to be with me and they want to be independent. Follow the money. Who's pushing out these videos of Miss Independent this, Miss Independent that? We don't need no man. The people that are making money off of keeping women single. If they're keeping women single, on the other side of the scale, they're keeping us heterosexual men single. If heterosexual men aren't with heterosexual women, that means that we're paying the price. We're paying the piper. We're paying more in taxes as well. We're feeding the system by way of child support as well. Alimony as well. Divorce fees and attorney fees as well. Everybody getting paid off single men. What? Don't you ever think that you a single man and you ain't getting robbed in the United States. You are getting robbed. If you a single man and you ain't got no kids, boy, wait till the tax man comes for you. And all of us got Sugar Hill. Shout out to you, brother. The old school Sugar Hill. That was one of my favorites. The rom-coms. I might watch a black rom-com this weekend. Watch me 2 or 3 of them. Yes, sir. You paying a piper as a single man in the United States. Don't think that it's just about the ladies. Men are suffering in the United States because of the costs. Men are suffering. I mean, T-Back, he said, pay my child support voluntarily instead of letting the courts decide. He said, I paid it on time because it wasn't going to risk. He said, I wasn't going to risk the well-being of my son. I know plenty of guys that did that, T-Mac. You know what happened? The female let the female. I know. Y'all know I got a story for everything. My partner is my dog right back in the States. He was paying his baby mama $2,000 a week. I'll say this again. Yeah, he had it like that. He had several businesses throughout Detroit. $2,000 a week. So I think I got interrupted. Give me a second, gentlemen. I don't know if I got paused or interrupted. I think I'm back. Okay, I should be back. Okay. Let me know if I'm put a 1 in the comment section if you see that I'm back. It looks like I'm back. I see I'm back. Shout out to you, T-Mac. I don't know what happened. So he was paying her $2,000 a week, right? She let her friends talk her, girl, if he paid $2,000, he can pay you $4,000. So she being slick, like a lot of women, took him to court. But his accountant had everything so set up, so smooth with his corporation and his trusts that technically with the money, this was in the 90s. Technically, on paper, he was the janitor. None of his businesses showcased him as anything higher than the janitor's position. Got to court, and the judge said he owes you $2 a week in child support. I'll say it again. $2 a week in child support until he gets on his feet. He's nothing but a janitor. He said, man, that courtroom erupted with cheers. The judge had to slam the gavel. He said, because other people waiting to see the judge as well. I think he said it was in Atlanta. No, it wasn't. It was $6 a week. $6 a week. Because I remember he said, I walked out of the courtroom. She was so mad. He said, I gave her $24. Here's the money for the month. And he said, I said, did you let it ride like that? He said, no, I just let it ride for a couple weeks. And then I just kept giving the $2,000 for my daughter. He said, but I just wanted her to know, stop listening to other people. Single people keep people single. Yeah, $6. I'll never forget that. He said, man, I paid $6 a week. I said, you lying. He said, bruh, it was so funny, Dre. It was so funny. Yep, asset protection. That's what he did. He basically had everything in his trusts and in his holding company and in his S corps, to where basically he was nothing but, on paper, he was nothing but a janitor. For real. I was like, man, you better be happy that woman didn't delete you, man. Let's go back to the video. But yeah, guys, realize, man, they make money off of keeping us single. They make money off of keeping us single. Shout out to my man Mike. Mike says he actually does trust. So, and you guys that are interested, hit up Mike in the comments. Shout out to you, Mike. Thanks for letting us know, brother.
3,000 every 6 months. I literally can't even live in fucking the United States anymore. Like, I have never like thought about death, but like, how do you fucking survive here? How do you do it?
I remember once I was having a very, very hard time finding work, and I was behind on my mortgage, so I was terrified I was going to lose my house. And the stress of it had almost paralyzed me into a deep depression, and I was drinking a lot. One night, I got really wasted, and I'm like, I would rather than lose my house and everything I've ever worked for. This ended up with me in the hospital, and I was put on a 72-hour hold, pink slipped or whatever, where I wasn't allowed to leave the inpatient/rehab place. I tried to make the best of it. However, it's kind of hard to when you only talk to the doctor once your entire time. That it was ridiculous. But hey, I got home and I'm like, all right, I'm sober now. I'm going to get on my stuff. I'm going to, find a job. I'm going to make this work. And it was almost that exact day that I got the bill for my inpatient stay, which was over $6,000 on top of the $2,000 I was behind on my mortgage. Oh, and $2,000 of that charge was literally the ambulance ride from the hospital to the inpatient center, which was 5 minutes away. I could have walked. And all I could think was, next time I do something like this, and it's looking more and more likely, I can never tell anybody because I can't afford even more debt. But hey, we've come so far, apparently, in terms of mental health systems in America.
I want you guys to don't let that slide by. This dude just said he was having a nervous breakdown because he was going to lose his house and his mortgage, which was $2,000, to the point where they had to come with an ambulance and take him to a mental facility for 72 hours. Got the bill for stressing and having a breakdown. $6,000. $2,000 of that is just the ambulance ride to the mental facility, not including what he owed back on his rent that caused this in the first place. You can't even have a mental breakdown without having to come, bruh. And then you are surrounded by countries around the world where ambulances are absolutely free. And then you got dudes like me that live in South America, and our copay every time I go to the doctor is 84 cents. And you guys know my story. I've had 2 major surgeries while I've been here in Colombia. So I could tell you about how the health facilities are and how great they see. It's one thing to be in another country and kind of like see it from afar, but it's another thing to actually experience how good the health system is in a country. I've had 2 major surgeries. And my payment after all that with my insurance. And by the way, for you guys, I just found this out too. For you guys that are trying to get your digital nomad or your marriage visas in Colombia, or your business visa, or your retirement visa, all you ex-military guys and all you guys that are retired from your jobs or corporations, if you're looking to get medical insurance in Colombia, the first thing that you're going to get while you're applying for your visa is what's called international health insurance. So there are international health insurances out there in the world. So that's the first thing that you're going to get. So not Colombian insurance. You're going to look for international. Let me pull it up real quick. Y'all know I always got the hookup. International health insurance. Let's see something. I looked this up before. So let me see if I can pull this up again. Give me a second, because I want you guys to have this information. Bam, 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 bam. And I had it pulled up the other day too. As far as international health insurance. Let's go here. And I'm actually going to put in a particular cost. Okay. There we go. Give me a second. And what I'm looking up is international health insurances. Here's the list for 2025. Not that one. The top one for expat. Let's see. Affordable, private, blah, 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 blah. And if you ask yourself, do expats need international health insurance? Yes. I'll say that again. Yes, you do need international health insurance if you're going to apply for a visa in most countries. And I'm not talking about travel insurance. Travel insurance is one form of insurance. That's a short-term insurance. International health insurance usually is for it's almost like car insurance, because it's good for up to a year and then you renew it. Let's see. There we go. This is what I was looking for. That's what I'm talking about. Perfect. Perfecto. I'm going to drop the link for this as well. You guys appreciate this article. You will appreciate this article. Okay, like I was saying, international health insurance. That's a good one. That is a good one. Yes, it is, kind sir. Yes, it is. Let's go here, because I put in for the ones that are less than $100 a month. I purposely did that. So you guys, we're about to look at, before we go back to the video, we're going to look at the international health insurance. This article is the 7 cheapest international health insurance plans for immigrants and expats. So when you get ready to apply for your visa, Andrea shares this information with guys as well. So when you reach out to Andrea, or anybody that's helping you out with your visa, you need to have this international health insurance. It covers you just like your regular health insurance, right? And so your 7 health insurance, let me blow this up a little bit so we can see this a little bit more clearly, gentlemen. Okay. So that's international health insurance. Let me move me out of the way because I know I'm in the way. And so let's take a look right here. So if you're moving overseas, can be an incredible life-changing experience, but make sure that everything goes smoothly with your move. There are a few annoying bureaucracies or bureaucratic details you need to sort out. And that's one of them is international health insurance. So this article kind of breaks down what do I need for international health insurance, what to know before getting international health insurance is in this article, the 7 cheapest types of international health insurance. We're going to go right down to that. It also in this article tells you about bonus international insurance companies and a table comparison of the top 7. So we're just going to scroll down to those top 7 real quick. Like I said, that article talks about customer service and all the other things, and then you and your family, previous medical conditions, and all these things when it comes to getting international health insurance. Who does these international health insurance services cover? And it says all the people that these international health insurances cover: Americans, Canadians, Australians, so forth and so forth. American expatriates or expats. There we go. Or other expats, in other words, living in certain areas. These are the 7 cheapest ones. Cigna is a really good one. So you just click on there and you go to Cigna. And they have internet. Some of you guys think about Cigna in the States, but it is good internationally as well, their international package. And then it tells you about what Cigna is about. And then it's got $100 coverage right there per month. IMG is one that a lot of guys have used. IMG, a lot of guys that Andre does visas with, they use IMG. And it tells about what IMG covers and so forth. Now Health is a new one that just came along, and it's really good as well for international health insurance. Remember, this is not travel insurance. Travel insurance is like for vacationers. International health insurance is for when you get ready to get a visa in most countries. Why do I need that, Andre? The reason why you need that is because if you're not a citizen of that country yet, then you're going to, if anything happens to you, you need medical insurance to cover you. That's why international health insurance exists until you get a visa to be able to then, after you get your visa and your ID for that country, then you're able to apply for local health insurance. But while you're in the middle or before applying for a visa, they'll ask you on your application, do you have international health insurance? That's most countries. Most countries, if you want a visa there, they're going to ask you for international health insurance. And while it's on my mind, this includes you military vets with military benefits. Yes, if there are military locations around the world in that country that you could take advantage of, yes, you could take advantage of it. But if you're applying for a visa, let me come up on screen real quick for you military guys. If you are a military gentleman and you are applying for a visa in another country, you too need to have for your application process international health insurance. I've talked to enough vets that are here and I asked them about their process, and vets that have been to other countries and they've had to have international health insurance for their application. Now, whether you use it or not, that's up to you. But for your application process, you have to have international health insurance that covers, yes, sir. You say it covers hospitalization, insurance, and mostly emergencies and hospitalization. Absolutely correct. Let's go back to the what we were looking at. And T-Mac, being ex-military, says, yes, that's true. It has to be for an entire year. And most of them cover an entire year. And most of you, your first visa in whatever country lasts that first time until you go to apply again. Is usually your first visa is a year or two visa. Shout out to you, T-Mac. Yep. He said veterans need it for their initial visa. Absolutely correct. So when you're initially applying for that visa, you need to have international health insurance as well, because a lot of veterans just don't know. So let's go to the next one. This is the one that T-Mac was just talking about. This is a really good one as well. And these are all the ones that I was saying that were under $100 a month for you to be able to pay on. And they're really easy to get, man. I kid you not. Safety Wings is another really good one. Oh, this is a good list. This is a good list. So for all you guys that are thinking about, I'm going to drop this link one more time. And of course, after this live stream will be taken down because this portion will be used on the Patreon. So guys will have it from now on. So all you guys that are here tonight, take advantage of the links, because all the guys that aren't here, oh well. What happened to the video that was up last night, Dre? It got taken down. So I'll chop this portion down and I'll put it in the Patreon, and I'll put the information of the links inside the Patreon and the breakdown of what you need to have in the Patreon. But if you are going to apply for a visa in another country, you have to have international health insurance, not your travel insurance. That's for your short term, but your international health insurance. So I hope that was helpful for a lot of you guys that are here tonight. Hope that was helpful for a lot of guys. Yep, he says Safety Wing has about $100, but you have to pay all 12 months up front. I didn't know that about Safety Wing. Thanks for letting me know that. Thanks for letting me know that. And some of you guys can afford to go ahead and knock out the whole 12 months. And some of you just, with other services, you just pay by the month. Tiger Blood says that he say, thanks for the vet's information. Yeah, we learned that because I would, the consultations that we've been doing, I got this information in the book as well. So it's in the book that I'm releasing called Everywhere is Possible. You can live in 60% of the world under $2,600 a month. And so I'll be releasing that finally. I'm excited. And so at the end of the day, a lot of times military guys assume because there's military bases and military hospitals in many different places that means globally that it should apply. But take it from me, you do, even as ex-military, with military insurance, while you're applying for a visa, doing that visa application, you must have international health insurance. So shout out to all you guys that are here to get that information. I'm going to drop that link one more time. Montreal says, how many pages is the new book? It is 330 pages. 330 pages. I'm going to, let me show you guys a little breakdown of the book real quick. Real quick. Because I don't want to interrupt the flow. But I can show you guys the index. So I'll show you guys my copy of the index. Let's screen share here. And let's move me out of the way. Anywhere is possible. That's the name of the book, of course. And this is the acknowledgement, of course. And right here is the author. What about the author? We're coming for the index. This is the prologue talking about how you can live in over 40. This right here is very important. Most people don't know that they can live a middle class life. Let me blow this up a little bit. This is in the book. Most people don't know that they can live a middle class life based on the income of $2,500 to $3,000 a month. And this is just statistical facts. They could live in a middle class life in approximately 60 to 70% of the world. Most people don't know this. That's what this book is all about, putting you in a position to be able to live in 60% to 70% of the world if you are between $2,500 to $3,000 a month. In a world of the upper middle class, you can live in up to 40% of the world if you're making between $2,500 to $3,000 a month. There is no way in the world, in the United States or in Canada or in UK, you can live a very, very comfortable life on $2,300 a month. The people that we're going to see in the video toward the end of this video today, all these people that's going to be, all these brothers and sisters, they are living this life. Middle class to, I'm living that life. Middle class to upper middle class, between $2,500 to $3,000 a month. So that portion is right there. And let me go to the index. Did I take the index out? Or is this a copy of without the index? Let me go back and pull up a portion with the index. Give me a split second. We're going to get back to the videos too. It is, let's open this. And let's see if this copy is correct with the index. Okay, here we go. This is the table of contents right here. Okay, because I separated the book when I'm formatting. Formatting the book is formatting a book is what you do when you are literally what the book is going to look like in the hand of the reader. So that's what part I just finishing off, the formatting of the book. What did it look like when you guys get it? You can't just sit back and just write a book and just submit it to Amazon. You have to format the book. Okay. So the first thing I asked, the first questions I asked were why. Let me make sure you guys can see this on the screen. Okay, let me blow this up a little bit more. Move this out the way. First thing that I asked was this. Okay. Is why is this so many? And I put each chapter in question form. I looked for the number one questions that people that want to leave the United States and Canada ask. This is I did the research on purpose, so I didn't put out chapters. I wanted to answer direct questions in a particular order of from couch to Colombia. I literally put in order, like if you're sleeping on your couch or sitting on your couch and you decide to move to Colombia, what steps would you take? So I have the questions even though they're chapters, I put it in question. I answer the questions in a way of a process. So every question that's answered is answered in a way that by the time you get done with the book, you are literally living in Colombia or living in Portugal or living in Brazil or living in Peru or living in Thailand. First thing I did was, why consider living abroad? Because a lot of people have the question of why should I do it? So I answered those questions. Why to consider moving, living abroad? Can I live the American dream outside of America? Do you have a future to start a new life overseas? I mean, or do you need a fortune? My fault. Do you need a fortune to live your new life overseas? Then I talk about the mental things. You got to talk about the mental, because it's easy to put down all this information, but I don't talk about the mental issues. The number one things that keep people from leaving the United States is overcoming their excuses. The excuses of worry, of fear, distractions, complacency, you're comfortable in the States, and discouragement. You saw somebody move out the States and then they came back, and so you think that you can't do it, or you're discouraged because you don't make that much money in the States, so you're thinking that it takes a lot of money to live in another country. The first thing I want to get you past is that mental block. So I dedicated 4 chapters just to help you get past the mental part. There's 44 chapters in all. Now, this is just, this right here is just rough draft. That's why you see this kind of big and that's kind of big, but this is just rough draft. That's why you see the forward part right here. It should say just a forward 2. How can I afford to move? So we do part 1 is 10 parts with at least 4 to 5 chapters apiece. Financial affordability. First thing I want to talk about is let you guys know that you can afford it and show you how to afford it. Can I afford to move? Vacation you versus the relocation you. Overcoming financial fears. Real life stories of budgets, of real life stories of budget friendly moves that people have done. So I have a whole chapter dedicated to people that have actually done this. The next one is getting your Social Security benefits in another country, your disability benefits, your pension money, as well as the military. I have a whole chapter dedicated to you guys. There's only 2 countries in the world where you can't get your pension, your military benefits, or your Social Security. Those countries are North Korea and Cuba. And I think it's like one more in the Middle East, but the main 2 are North Korea and Cuba that you can't get federal benefits deposited into a bank account in those countries. Part 4 is your move. Getting your money set up and getting everything set up before you move. How can I afford the move? If I don't have much saved, I'll show you how to do that. Here's another one right here. What are the costs of finding a home? What are the hidden costs of relocations? One of the hidden costs is your visa. One of the hidden costs is, is your international health insurance, your dental insurance, those things like that. Part 5 is finding affordable housing. Like I said, this particular page that I'm just looking at, this is just a rough draft page I just pulled up. So this is not even, this portion is going into the book, but this particular page is not. That's why it has so many mistakes. This is just a rough draft page. So finding affordable housing. So I show you what steps, no matter what country you go to, what steps you take to be able to find affordable housing. Should I live in a suburb, city, or in a rural area in that country? How much should my utility bills and maintenance be in that country? I even show you how to avoid rental scams and bad landlords in other countries. So how do I make money to live in these other countries? So I'll give you a breakdown in regards to that, what type of jobs you should look for, what type of remote or freelance jobs, how can I start a business abroad, what are the legal steps to be able to start a business in another country, or whether online. How do you increase your skills, like taking classes with Theo Wolf? How do you make yourself more affordable, employable in another country? We get down to part 7. Like I said, there are 10 parts. Long-term affordability is one thing to go to Thailand for a month. It's another thing to be in Thailand for 5 years. What steps do you need to take for long-term affordability? So we talk about healthcare, long-term affordable medical care, once again, living overseas, maintaining your retirement savings. What about the tax issues? We talk about that all the time here. So I talked about that. We talked about banking. So I talk about that as well. How can I build an emergency fund in a new currency or banking system? Number 8 is finding the right location, find the right country for you. So I walk you through the process of what you should look for when you're looking for a new country. How do I determine which country fits my budget and my lifestyle? The next one is, how do I test the living in another country before I commit to a long-term living there? I know some of you guys that moved to Brazil, but then you decide to live long-term in Colombia. I know guys that lived in Colombia and decided to live long-term in Brazil. I know guys that, remember Austin Holloman, he was adamant about Uruguay. Now he's been living full-time in Kenya. So how do you find out which country works best for you? Part 9 of the book is thriving in your new home. Now you're officially there. You've got your country, you've got your money, you're working online, or you got your retirement. You got everything economically set up for you long-term. You got your health insurance. Everything is great. But how do you build a community? How do you meet people? Nobody wants to go to another country and be lonely. So I dedicated a whole section to building a lifestyle in a new country. And number 10 is, notice number 10 section I didn't put into questions. This is just me directly talking to you. There's no such, one chapter is dedicated, there's no such thing as the perfect time to leave. There's no such thing as the perfect time. I don't care if you got all the money in the world or if you only got a few dollars. There's no such thing as the perfect time. I've seen people leave with just their Social Security money. I've seen people leave with $2,000 saved up. I've seen people leave with $1,000, move to Mexico with $1,000 saved up, but they had an online job that they had already started. I know a brother that actually he moved to Cali, Colombia. Shout out to my brother. Moved to Cali, Colombia on his on his unemployment checks back in the day. You know what unemployment, all you guys that have ever been unemployed, what you got to do? All you got to do is file online, don't you? You ain't got to go into no office, do you? You file online. And then every week you will file your vouchers, right? To get your unemployment check. That's what that brother was doing while he was living in Cali, Colombia. So if you living in a state that's giving you about 2,000, he did this back in the day, like in 2016, 2017. So if you got 50, he was making like $1,500 a week. So you getting $1,500 a week, maxed out your unemployment, and you got $1,500 a week, and you living in Colombia. You doing pretty good. If you're making unemployment $800 a week, you can live good in Colombia. So that's what that brother did. And then I created a checklist for you guys to make sure that you check off. I actually put, a fill in the blank checklist to make sure that you didn't forget anything. Yeah, you could check this off and make sure you check that off and make sure you took care of this and you highlight that. And so you don't have to go back and forth throughout the book, back and forth. There's a whole checklist for you to fill out. And then, of course, you got the index and all my references where I got all like 4 or 5, it's almost like 5, 6, 7 pages of references and referrals. And throughout the book, I have websites. I've got this.com, that.com for VPNs, and that.com for your email, and this.com for your looking for housing in a particular country. Life insurance. I've got all that information. So I didn't just write down a bunch of stuff, but I actually show you in the book exactly where you need to go to get that to actually get that information on that country. Now, here's the kicker. What I made sure that I did, guys, I made sure I wrote it for you guys in the US, Canada, and UK. So when it comes to US pension or Social Security or military benefits, I also wrote it for the Canadian brothers too, as well as I wrote it for the dudes in the UK. So all the information, and I say I got the .com for this, is not just for the .com in the US. How to do bank transfers from the US to your new country. I also have that for Canada too. I also have it for UK. So those are the 3 countries that are the centerpiece of the book. Yep. My brother said, I didn't know that was even possible. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Here in Cali, Colombia. Started a business. He learned Spanish and started a business teaching brother Spanish to this day. He's been everywhere now. And all he does is teach brother Spanish all over South America. And he started with his unemployment money that was being direct deposited into his bank account in the States. He said unemployment during the pandemic, like $1,600 every 2 weeks, which while stuck at home, binge watching. Oh, that was crazy times. Good times, good times. He say, will the updated be after Canada becomes the 51st state? You know what? Canada fighting that. That's for real. Even though I did hear Alberta Alberta, Canada is fighting to be the 51st state. I did hear that. Alberta said, we leaving UK. We going to United States. I have been following that. He said, man, that's a brave unemployment. But you know what? Nothing beats a failure but a try. One of my favorite quotes. Nothing beats a failure but a try. Nothing beats a failure but a try. That unemployment money was his. You know, what's the most part the unemployment says? Okay, let's be real. Let's be honest with unemployment in the unemployment check. What does unemployment ask us to do? They ask you online to fill out the voucher and show where you look for work, right? How many of us went out and looked for those damn jobs? For real? Let's be honest. We went out and looked for a job, but what does the unemployment office ask you? They want you to go at least put down 5 jobs that you went and hunted for that week. Let's be real. Are we going out and hunting for them 5 jobs every week? Did we not just put that on the voucher? Oh, so every one of y'all, okay. So every one of y'all went and went on foot and looked for 5 jobs every week. Or did you do like most of us, applied online for a job and then put the job that you applied for on your voucher? So you applied online and you put the job that you applied for on your voucher. Thank you. 1% of us. Ain't nobody going out looking for them jobs in Florida heat. And so that's what he did. The same thing that we were doing in the States. He just so happened to be in Colombia doing it. So he went online, applied for jobs, put the jobs, at least 5 of them, on his voucher, and every week he was getting that money deposited into his bank account. Thank you, Meek. Thank you. I know I wouldn't. Hey, please. Yeah. So that's what the book is about, gentlemen. Anywhere is possible. Hope that you guys kind of like the information that I have in the book. Hope I'm ready. And I have a whole section dedicated to the visa. A whole section dedicated to the visa process. I think visa is chapter, because I moved it to the top. In the book, I moved the visa to the top. I moved the chapter on visas to chapter. Man, y'all getting the hookup, bro. I'm looking at these notes in this book, man. Man, I wish I had this book when I was leaving the United States. You bet that. Did anybody tell me about international? Nobody was talking about international health insurance when I left. I don't move the visa portion up. I think visa is chapter 4 or 5. Oh, here it is. Visa is chapter 19. I think I moved that one. Yeah, visa is chapter 19. The whole chapter on how to step-by-step get your visa. And for most countries, what type of visas there are, the different types of visas, and from skilled worker visas. Then step 2, what paperwork and things that you'll need for a visa for most countries. And I also have the criminal background check that they ask for. I have the website that you go for in UK for criminal background check. And it's the federal, not your state. And for UK, for Canada, and the United States, because they right now they ask for an FBI background check in some cases. So I actually have that information in there, so you'll know. So instead of just saying go do something, I show you exactly where to go to be able to do that particular thing, and that's throughout the book. Like I said, I wrote it from the perspective as if I was just coming to Colombia, or I was on my way to Colombia and I'm sitting on my couch. What do I need to do if I'm just sitting on my couch and I don't know a damn thing about becoming an expat? Step by step by step, I actually wrote it out. So that'll be coming out finally next month. Since I've got, I thought it was gonna be out. I was gonna have it out 2 months ago, but after making sure there was more information that I was adding to it, and now it is officially done, and it is 340, almost 350 pages of in-depth information that you can go directly to. And like I said, I also have a checklist toward the back of the book for you. I have a cost of living chart in the book for you guys. Let's see where we are in regards to that. I have a cost of living chart for you to be able to compare countries. So I have several parts where you'll be able to compare the United States to the cost of living in other countries. Let me see what chapter that's in. I think that's the myths. Myth 1, myth 2. Okay, here we go. Let's take a quick look in the book. Let's go back here, gentlemen. Now, I appreciate you guys. And I'm gonna come to the super chats in a second. Here we go, guys. In the book, I compare these countries to each other. So I compare the US, UK, and Canada for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom compared to other countries. So on average in Canada for a 2-bedroom could be all the way, and I know you guys can sit back and say, it's higher for me, and I got you, but I just did a basic. And so for Canada, on average for housing, utilities, your groceries on average, your health care per month, and your transportation. And then I went to the United States for your, of course, 2-bedroom. On average is like $3,500. Your health care, your food, your transportation, and your medical. Then I went to Thailand, Mexico, Colombia. So you guys that are paying like $1,500, $1,200 for a 2-bedroom in Colombia, you can, but you don't have to. You really don't have to, unless you are in 3 cities. For you guys that are paying like $1,200, $1,500 a month, you could do that in 3 cities. Medellin, that's very easy to do. Cartagena, beach city, that's easy to do. And the capital city of Bogota. But in most of Colombia, where we like you guys see us in a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, very nice spot for $600 a month. So I live in the upper middle class area for $600 a month. And some of you guys that have been down here know what area that I live in La Flora area. So I compare Colombia, Vietnam, and remember, we're talking about the middle class areas. So when you hear me talk in the book, I'm not talking about no hood stuff. I'm not talking about no bad area, but I'm not talking about touristy expensive areas either. Touristy areas in any country is going to be more expensive. I didn't know this was, let me change this here. Let me change, I didn't know this was like this. Let me change this right here. There we go. So I put the Philippines, I put Turkey, Portugal, Indonesia, Ecuador, Spain. I compare all the Ghana, Costa Rica, Panama, Malaysia, France. And this is the websites that you can go to. You can compare one country to another country, as well as this one. So I wrote down, this particular chapter is dedicated to 10 myths, or actually 7 myths that Americans have about other countries, and 10 myths that Americans also have about relocating to another country. For example, myth number 1, it's too expensive to live abroad. And so I break it down with a chart. Myth number 2, you need to be fluent in a local language to move to that country. That's a myth. Myth number 3, you lose your in touch with family and friends. That's a myth, especially with today's society with social media and video calls and video chats, and then being able to fly back and forth. That's a myth. Americans believe these myths. That's why I put this in here. Myth number 3, health abroad is inferior to westernized countries. That is not true. We know American health insurance ranks number 69 in the world, and insurance in other countries such as Colombia is number 36. Among fully top-notch countries in the world like Switzerland, Sweden, Austria, UK, Canada, the top 10 economic countries in the world. Put the U.S. on that list too, in the top 10, right? Did you know U.S. ranks number 10 as far as medical? When you put the best of the best, put America in the best of the best of the best countries in the world. America ranks number 10, but it ranks number 1 for the most expensive. Myth number 5. It's impossible to make friends as an expat. We all know that's not true. Myth number 7. These are things that Americans have been programmed to think. So I right in the beginning of the book, I knocked these myths out of your head. Myth number 6. You have to sell everything to move abroad. That's not true. I already got a chapter dedicated to store it, ship it, take it. Stuff that you want to put in storage and then ship it later, or stuff that you want to put in storage that you want to keep, or something that you want to ship before you leave for that country, or stuff that you want to ship later, or something that you want to take with you when you initially go there. So there's a whole chapter dedicated to store it, ship it, take it. So you'll know what to take, what to store, what to ship. And then I also talk about, like Theo Wolf, talk about shipping containers. So if you have something, a lot of stuff, like Theo has his exercise equipment he's going to bring with him to South America. He has a shipping containers, and shipping containers are extremely cheap. Most of us don't know that. Most of us don't know that shipping containers are cheap. So I talk about store. I talk about taxes and tariffs when you get ready to come to another country. For example, a lot of us want to ship our favorite car over. It is cheap to ship, but the tariffs in many countries can be 40% to 80% of the value of your vehicle, and that country dictates the value of your vehicle, not your home country. So you can sit back and say your favorite car, you have an old school Corvette and you want to ship it over to Colombia, or you want to ship it to Brazil. The shipping part is inexpensive. The getting a shipping container is inexpensive. You already know your Corvette Classic is right now worth $50,000, right? You get to Brazil, they tell you your Corvette is worth $80,000. Why? Because the tariff on that vehicle is going to be 40%. But you like, in my country, it's only $50,000. Well, bruh, your car is no longer in your country, is it? It's in Brazil. So that's the reason why I tell a lot of guys, don't ship your vehicle, store your vehicle in the States. Because if you ship it to that new country, their tariff is dictated by them dictating the price of your car, not you. Don't you ever think that whatever you thought the value of your car is in the States, the other country is going to agree with that. The other country is going to raise the price of your car just so they can get more money out of the tariff from you bringing that car into the country. And number 7 is you'll face constant visa and legal issues, which is a myth. It is a myth. Moving abroad is one of the most powerful decisions that you can make, but it requires a mental shift. You must trade "I can't afford it" to "how can I make it work?" But let's get back to the video, gentlemen. I just want to share you guys with some important things that I had in the book. And I think I just had a link for you guys that I shared earlier with the insurance. So we have that information in the book as well. But let's get back to the video. And I'm glad that you guys like what I showed you. You guys got a chance to see something that a lot of guys didn't get a chance to see. So he said it was just instituted on. Oh, you guys were talking about something else. He said, Dre, I got a friend. He has a kid that has special needs. Do you have any information what can be done in another country, whether it's Colombia or not, to take care of a child with special needs? I'm glad, you know what? I'm glad that you mentioned that. Let me do some homework on that one, because there are special needs children around the world. There are special need adults around the world. So it is not uncommon for somebody to have special needs help in a particular country. So let me do some homework on that. You may have me add that to one of the chapters. You may have me add that to one of the chapters. Because help is available around the world for special needs children and special needs adults as well. So thank you for that question. He said the Department of Justice has put together a letter against corrupt judges that go against the Constitution, fellas. It's time. That is going to be in the video we're talking about today. Shout out to you guys. He was just instituted on February 20th of this year. He said, where can it not working? I submit 10 to 20 job week. I didn't get that, GJ. He said, work. I might be dipping in somebody's conversation. You know what? Let me move down. He said, we need to make it a bestseller. I hope so, guys. I'm doing a lot of marketing behind it as well, behind the scenes. So like I said, when you're writing a book, man, it is not about the book only. There is so much marketing that goes on behind the scenes. And since I'm a marketing major, I love that part of the creative of the part of the book, but also the marketing of a product as well. T-Mac said, I pay, there we go. He said, I pay $750 a month in Lorella's Medellin, but it is unfurnished. Mine is unfurnished too. He said the price has been increased by 9.4%. Yep. And it does happen. You guys in Medellin and Cartagena and Bogota, yeah, you guys prices are going up. Ours go up like, like any rent goes up every year, but it goes up like slightly, like very small. And Cali is 40% less for everything than Medellin and Cartagena. So while you guys, for example, if he pays $725, it might be in Cali $6 something, $5 something for the same apartment, just because of the cost of living is different. And we don't have that over tourism, that oversaturation here in Cali, and it won't happen. I'll say that again, with Cali, Colombia, it won't happen. We'll never get too many tourists. Why? We don't have a pay for play segment. So a lot of guys come down to Cali, they don't want to go to a brothel. They don't want to just go to strip clubs. They want the convenience of outdoor wild living. We don't have that in Cali. And so since it's not like that, people come down for the Afro-Colombian experience. They come down for medical tourism. They come down for dentistry. And then after like a week or two, they go home. And then guys that want to live here, they come down here. Cali is a city where you just like, if I live here, if I want to live in Colombia, that's where they come. 150,000 reals in Brazil qualifies you for permanent residency. He say resident investor visa. Shout out to you, the Viper. If the investment is technically or in technology or research, that is only $26,000 annual. Come on now, bruh. Come on now. That's what I'm talking about. Great information, G-Mac. Great information. Great information. T-Mac says healthcare in Colombia is great. Colombian dental is probably even better. Yeah, it is. But it's great. Dental, whew, you can't beat the prices, man. You cannot beat the service. He said, dang, no Japan, South Korea on the list, probably due to strict visas. Not just that, because the only reason I didn't put that on the list because most of us don't compare the cost of moving to Japan or moving to South Korea. What I should have put on there, I should have put China on there. China is not as expensive like people think it is. A lot of people think China is, because it's competitive with the United States, it must be as expensive as the United States. It is not. It is not expensive to be in China. It is a good competitive cost to live in China. But I didn't want to make the list too long as well. That chart, I didn't want to make it too long, but I want to hit a point. Also, when it comes to the visas, I did something that very little of us talk about. visas in countries in Africa. We often talk about visas in Southeast Asia, South America, Central America. Even in Europe, we talk about visas. But rarely does anybody talk about the visa process and what's needed to get a Tanzania visa or a visa in Kenya or a South African visa. I have in the book, I think 7 to 10 African nation, Ethiopia and a few other ones, Ethiopia, Egypt, like I say, 7 to 10 of the most common ones that expats go to. Nigeria. How do you get a visa for these countries? So I ain't forget about our continent. I ain't forget about the motherland either. So I'm telling y'all guys, I put the, yeah, your boy put in a lot of hours of homework. And I put in a lot of hours of experience too. He say school here is not always free. This is true. This is true. He said, I know people's kids who had to sit out of public school for not paying. This is true. We had already planned on our kids going to one of the English teaching schools anyway. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. T-Mac said, I will get my Cali apartment in March. Shout out to you, brother. He said, I have a fedora already. Like, you already got your hat ready? I ain't mad at you, brother. Meek says this. He said, off topic, is tailor-made dreams okay? You know what? I'm glad that you said I'm going to be texting him. Let me text Russ right now. Actually, that's what we'll do right now. This is what we will do right now. Because I've been thinking about Russ the past couple of days myself. Give me a second. Move this, move that. Let's give him a call real quick. He might be out walking. Shout out to Chaos Reigns in the building. I got one more call I'm going to make. Let me call Richie to see if Richie's talked to him. Get Richie Mack a quick call. What's up, man? What you up to? We're trying to.
Customer service. So next time you do a thing, I'm gonna send you something. I was trying. Hadn't gotten there yet. What's the word? What's going on?
I'm on a live right now, of course. We're trying to check out. So yeah, everybody listening to you. I still got you. I got you on speaker. I got you on the speaker, baby.
Oh shit! Wait. Let me get. I thought you were done. That's why I thought you were calling me. Let me hold on. I need Coach Andre in my life. I need them good ass speeches.
You stupid.
I'm editing these fucking shows. I thought I missed it. Let me see.
No, man, you live. I got you on the mic, man. Like I got me on the mic.
Oh, okay. What's up, everybody? Shout out to the panel, the late great United States.
Yes, sir. The late great United States.
I'll turn the volume down. Okay, there we go. So I can send you something now. What's up, Coach? What you got for me?
Okay, the question I have for you, a couple questions. First question I have for you is, when it comes, because tonight's topic is about mental health. So when it comes to, when it comes to mental health, can you tell the difference between your personal mental health being in the States compared to your mental health when you're out of the States?
Oh my God. That's like saying from living in the projects to moving to Beverly Hills, man. All of that shit goes away, like literally. I mean, you feel like 100 pounds is off your back. You can let your shoulders down. You ain't got to have your guards up the whole time, man. Your mental is just, You feel free. You feel open. You feel, you know, just like you have a whole new chance at life, mentally and physically.
That's true. Second question is, have you noticed, even when you go back to the States, that individuals in the States are a little bit more stressed out than when we were there?
Absolutely. I mean, they stressing out over eggs, Dre. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to laugh at their situation, but it's like, man, they got so many eggs in Thailand. We having egg fights out here. You know what I mean? It's a whole different thing. That's little things that, you know, y'all stressing out about. It's like normal for us, man. But you know, that's why I tell people when I do my consultations, and I always tell you guys, I'm not saying this because Dre's one of the best that ever did it. But when I do my consultations, I tell them, man, when you go back home, everything's gonna look totally different.
That's true.
And that's what's gonna happen to you guys when you guys do a consultation with Dre, when you go to Hawaii, Colombia, Brazil, Thailand, wherever you go for the first time, when you get out the matrix and you come back, everything is gonna look totally different. And it's gonna be therapeutic for you to get away. So, you know, that's just facts.
Okay, and those great statements, man. I appreciate you, man. Love you. But I got one more question for you.
Did you see my shout out I gave you on the last episode? You see I gave you
Yes, I did, brother. Yes, I did. I caught that. I've been watching the videos, man, lately. I've been actually binge watching your videos for way back. Yeah, this is Richie Mack on the phone, guys.
What up, fellas?
And so the question,
fact, just so you know, it's live, Dre. I'm about to drop you a little something. You know, let them know I love my brother. But go ahead. I'm saying, what you gonna say, Dre? What's your question?
I was about to say is, have you heard from Taylor Made Dreams? Have you heard anything from Russ?
You know what's crazy? I get why did my computer just shut off? My old computer just shut off. It just shut completely the fuck off. I don't know what happened. Yes. The answer to the short answer is yes, man. Taylor Made Dreams, in my opinion, I think he just kind of like bowed out of the space for now. Everybody's been asking me about him. YouTube is a blood sport, man. I tell people that all the time, man. It's like, you know, there's a such thing as pre-pandemic travelers and post-pandemic travelers. And a lot of the post-pandemic travelers are just the worst of us in a lot of ways. So, you know, I was hearing, I didn't know all the details, you know, I was getting attacked, you know, by people in Dominican saying this and saying that. And I just think he probably just got fed up and burnt out. I think it just wasn't worth it to him. From what I understand, I would rather him tell you because I don't know all the details, but I think he just shut his whole channel down. I think. So,
okay.
I don't know if that's actually the case, but as far as I understand, I just had this conversation with somebody last night about it. They were asking me, is that the problem? Oh, nigga, that's one reason why the damn thing is shut off, because the fucking battery ain't plugged in. I had the wrong shit plugged in.
Worse than I am. You worse than I am.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell? I think this is what it is. Yeah, man. We getting old, Dre. You know what I mean?
Yes, we are,
had
brother.
the wrong damn plug plugged in.
Believe you
know
me.
what I mean? So I had to. So my battery just died right in the middle of me editing and listening to you, but I got you on the phone, so you know.
Yes,
so
sir.
we're good. But I think he's good. I think he's right now currently in the DR, spending time with his daughter. I don't know if I should be telling his business like that, but I don't think that's something he would be ashamed to talk about. You know, but the last time I talked to him, you know what I mean? I talked to him about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, because people were asking me, like, is he all right? You know, people were thinking something had happened to him and all that shit. So I hit him at like 4 a.m, like trying to figure out, like, you all right, bro? You know what I mean? What's going on? And he was like, yeah, I'm fine. Why are you asking me? Like, you know, yeah, I'm good. He's out here in Thailand and loving his life. You know what I mean?
Yep.
When he's out here.
Yep.
So you know, that's the thing with them.
I had called him right before I called you, and that's probably why he didn't answer, because he might be in DR. You know, it's going on 11 o'clock, so it's kind of late there. So I can see that.
Yeah, you should definitely reach out to him, though, Coach. You know, everybody need to hear from the coach once in a while.
Yeah, yes, sir.
I know you guys are close. Yeah, he was one of your inspirations, I think.
Without a doubt.
I think
Without a doubt. 100% inspiration. Yep, guys.
He's loved, man.
Guys in the chat saying what's up to Richie Mack.
What up, chat? I can't see it now because I'm going to my TV because my computer died. I'm gonna turn Coach on so we get another viewer. Let me get Coach Andre on the TV. That's another thing too, Dre. We don't be popping up in each other's feeds. Pause.
Yeah,
You know
I
what
know,
mean?
right? It'll be times where I'll be like,
bro,
man, I ain't doing nothing. I'm like, is Richie live tonight? Because it'll be time I'll be working on something. I just want to sit back and watch you and the guys in the chat. But I won't. Yeah, you don't feel to pop up on the feed. And the crazy part is, I've been binge watching your content like the last maybe month, just going back to older videos and just watching back to back to back to back to back, and then some of your newer videos I've been watching back to back. Especially I've been following the content where you are doing. Shout out to you guys once again. The content that you've been doing on like 10 ways to look for a good women in Thailand. 10 qualities to look for. Things like that. You've been doing that series, so I've been following that one as well.
Yeah, I saw you've been doing that too. I see it, man. Great minds think alike.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm over here enjoying my life, man. I'm doing an episode right now about being in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, man. Malaysia's nice. Beautiful women out there. It's a whole different get down in Southeast Asia because the women are more covered, and it's more of it's actually a Muslim country, and it's a whole different energy. The food is fresh, you still got, I saw a couple of little Transformers out there. I'm like, okay, so it ain't all Adam and Eve out in this joint.
No. Yeah, some Transformers out here for real.
So it was cool though, but it was just a breath of fresh air, man, because I'm getting ready for Zoom Fest 2025. So I go and suss out yes sir. I go and suss out the properties, and that's gonna be right after the Black Manosphere, Coach. I'm telling you, man, when I leave
I already got
Miami,
it set up.
I'm going straight to Colombia, and nothing gonna stop me from going to Colombia.
You know what? I already got everything set up for when you get ready to do your Colombian tour. I'll be with you anyway. So yeah. Come on now.
What I'm talking about.
You. I already got it set up.
My computer's back up. I'm about to send a super chat just to say thank you. Hold on.
Yeah, I already got it set up.
Hold on, y'all. I want y'all to know this is a real conversation right here. This is live. Jay, just give me like 45 seconds and you're going to see something. Bing, bing. You're going to see it.
Cool. Cool.
Man.
You are stupid, man.
Look at Coach. Okay, man.
Yes,
Let me see what the chat is saying. Oh, CT. What up, CT? Bobby Coltrane in the building. The Meek of Love, shout out to y'all. T Mac, shout out to you.
Yes,
Chaos
sir.
Ray show. I love it, man. You know what, Drake? You know what I mean? You got loyal followers, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They rock with you. Everybody, if y'all that don't know in the YouTube world, like everybody's numbers is dropped. It's not just Dre or me it's everybody, because you guys got to understand that you guys don't know. It's like everybody from legacy television is now on YouTube. Sportscasters, athletes, ex-athletes, podcasters, rappers, news report, like everybody. So the pie is getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yes, it is.
And that discourages a lot of people, man. So it ain't I be paying attention, Drake, because I look at my numbers, I be like, damn, man, like, but what I learned was, it's like, I don't give a shit if I get 2,000 views or 200,000 views. My quality is going to remain the same.
There you go.
I'm because it's about legacy for me. It's about, when I leave here and they go back and look, they're going to be like, that dude put it down. You know what I mean? And you're one of the people that inspired me, because you was the one that told me, like, when I first met you, like, man, when you first came out, man, they was sharing your videos. Who is this dude that coming out? And then you sat with me. Coach Andre sat with me on a stream for 8 hours straight. And I was getting a little bit of bread, man. Coach Andre, let me see. What should I say, Dre? I'm not one of them that's real. I'm doing this right now. Coach Andre, the GOAT.
The GOAT?
Let me see. The GOAT speaker. No, not speaker. What's the word? Coach? What I call you? Dre, and I stole something of yours too. What do you say? I'm just gonna say the GOAT speaker.
I forgot what you used to say.
I'm gonna say the GOAT speaker.
Okay, cool.
But the thing of it is something that you said that I use this all the time, because my last episode I did, can you find a wife in a bar or massage spot? You know what I mean? And it's something that you said, and that's why I'm gonna give you the publish on that. You said my Colombian pro treats you better than your wife or your girlfriend in the States.
Yeah.
That's the coldest line ever.
Yeah, that was that
That's
line.
the coldest line ever, Dre. You be dropping them zingers. I'll be like, ooh, I'm using that.
I got that line from Pablo Frescobar came up with that. My Colombian hoe is better than your American wife. My Colombian hoe treats me better. Not that she's better, but she treats me better than your American wife.
Yes, than your Colombian, than your American wife. That's what it was. I just kind of put the remix on. I didn't remember.
Yeah,
that's exactly what you said.
That girl,
you did give it.
Right, that girlfriend experience. Shout out to Richie Mack, Zoom to Thailand.
I've been trying to get that man do that for a minute. I just now figured out my ExpressVPN, man. So, I got it now, man. Dre always, when he comes on my channel, he always drop a Colombian pesos. I don't know how much it is, but he be sounding crazy. 40,000, 20,000. I don't know what it means, but it sounds like a lot. So I'm like, you know what? I love my brother, man. So, it is what it is, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me let you go, man. We got a video that we're wrapping up, not wrapping up, but that we're watching in regards to the mental state of Americans right now. And then the part 2 that we're going to be looking at is foreigners' mental states after they've moved to America. So a lot of foreigners are stressing out. Africans are in the video. People from Europe are in the video. Talk about how they're mentally stressed out, and they're wondering, like, how in the world is this? America was supposed to be this, that, and this, and now they're finding out why we're stressed out. And then the last part is a group of videos of Americans that decided, I'm not about to go through these mental issues. I'm relocating. So I have clips of Americans that have moved to different parts. And the end part you'll love, because it's a brother that actually built a house in parts of Africa. I think it was Kenya. And it is a nice house for less than nothing, to whereas people thinking that it's a jungle in Africa when it's not.
Right. Shout out to Esco 215
in the building.
Dre, I'm definitely gonna be listening while I'm editing. Are you gonna show that the thing you show at the end with the ladies on the horses? Because I got one of those on my super chats, man. You laid it out. I say that's way better than the one I got. Like that, you laid it.
Yeah. I'm gonna show those. I always show those. That's how I end the show, with the ladies on the horses. And that's not those ladies aren't too far from here. That area where they ride the horses, all that is in Cali, like right around Cali. It's like the country, the farm area, the country area that's maybe like 2 hours for an hour to 2 hours away from here.
Love it. I can't wait to see. So I've kind of figured out my schedule now, because I've talked to other people that's going to Colombia. Some people say they coming with me. I'll see it when I believe it. But they're saying I shouldn't spend too long in Cartagena. They're like you should spend, because I plan on being like 12 to 14 days in Colombia. So they said your first 5 days should be in Medellin. Let me spend 2 days in Cartagena. And then I said I'm gonna go see Dre in Cali and do it that way. What do you think, man? You give me a consultation, man. Just a quick consultation.
I would at least do Cartagena 3 days, because there's so much to see in Cartagena that, because first of all, you got Palenque, which is the Afro-Colombian town, the first free town of Black people in all of America is on the outskirts of Cartagena. So you've got that. That's an 8-hour trip right by itself. It's a bus ride. I haven't been to Palenque yet, so we both can hit that together. That's a trip. And then you've got all this taking place within the walled city, and all those eateries and all the things that you can do there during that trip. So that's one day. There's a lot of stuff to see, a lot of artistry to see in Cartagena. And then if you want to hit one of the islands or the beach areas that's off the beaten path, not the ones where they bother you as a tourist, but off the beaten path, that's another day. So that's just 3 days that I was telling you about. I wasn't talking about yet going into the deep part of Cartagena. I wasn't talking about going to the castles all over Cartagena. So there's so much that you can actually see and do in Cartagena, that at least 3 days. And then the cool part about Colombia, once you get here, flying in and around Cartagena, I mean, Colombia is not expensive. A round trip ticket to any part of Cartagena is like $120 at the most. I mean, not Cartagena, but Colombia is $120. So if you're flying from one, because you might ask yourself, okay, I'm flying from Miami to Medellin. Bam, you're gonna spend your time in Medellin, and then once you spend your time in Medellin, 3 days in Cartagena, then you spend your time in Cali that you already had planned on and heading out to where you said you were going to be heading out to. It's a direct flight out from Cali to that particular location you were talking about.
But if I go, I don't mind telling them. If I go, because I did my research, but I can also go from Cali straight to Bogota, and then Bogota straight over to Europe, right?
Correct. You can fly from Cali. Too, right? You can fly from Cali to Madrid, or you can fly from Bogota. You can fly from Bogota to Madrid. And the cool part about Bogota, I would get there like a day early and spend a day in Bogota and get a chance to see the capital city and see how modern and how much it reminds. Because Bogota is 3 times the size of Chicago.
Wow.
Man, Bogota is 12 million people, dude.
Right. I gotta do it, man. I gotta. That's what I'm saying. If I'm gonna be there, I'm gonna be. What about Los? I want to go where the black Brazilians are. I mean, the black Colombians are.
Los is that's the cool part. Los is in Cartagena, and he loves to show Cartagena around. So there you go. You have one group of dudes that are there in Medellin, such as T Mack and all those guys that are T
Mack, shout out to T Mack.
Yes, sir.
I said, what T Mack say? What Tape?
Guadape. Oh yeah, got to get to the
Guadape.
Guadape is the giant rock, man. You got to climb the rock, man. It is 725 steps up, but it is beautiful, bro. It is beautiful. Everybody that's come to Colombia has done Guadape rock. Not everybody, but many of us that have been to Medellin have done Guadape. It's like a 2-hour ride outside of Medellin. It's only like $50-$60 for a taxi. You just ride there, enjoy yourself, and then take a taxi or a bus back. But yeah, you gotta enjoy it, and it's beautiful, bro. Guadape, climbing the rock within those 5 days that will be there in Medellin. So it's just so much to do, so much to enjoy. Colombia, there is no denying that Colombia is the 5th most beautiful country in the world, according to according to Forbes, and because there's so much to see, so much to do. And then you've got the Taj Mahal replica in Bogota. So Colombia is one of the few countries that has the Taj Mahal replica. Cali has the same statue that Brazil has. Ours is just a little smaller, but Cali has the same statue. Brazil's is Christ, the Redeemer.
Cristo.
Yeah, Cali's is Cristo Rey, Christ reigns, and then the third one is in Brazil. The exact same statue.
Yeah, I've seen the Colombian one. It's more white. It's like a white, like the Brazilian's more of a tan one. The Colombian one's more of a white Jesus, right? White colored paint.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yep.
We got to do that, man. I can't wait, man. Shout out to T Mac. Hey, man, when I come out there, all y'all Colombian people, man, y'all got to come with the Travel OG and Coach Andre, man. I want to see some folks when I'm out there, man. That's why I go to the Manosphere, Dre. I'm not like you, all y'all eloquent speakers. I just come so I can be with the people and see people and just fellowship with my brothers. Right, so, that would be the same thing for me in Colombia,
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I head out there too. I got to see the brethren. I mean, think about it. The Manosphere was the first time I had been back to the States in 5 years to see the brethren. I
remember y'all should have saw Dre. Like y'all, Dre, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna put you on blast for everybody, man, because Dre don't know what I'm about to say. But Dre looked like a stranger in a foreign land walking around at first.
Oh, bro.
He looked like, you could tell Dre was kind of out of place. He was there, Dre still hood. Don't get it messed up. Dre can be in the room with the best of them. You know what I mean? But Dre, you did look a little bit outside.
Yes, I did. Being in the States, I was outside my element. You are absolutely correct. All right, Ken. Yes, sir.
I love it, man. But I ain't gonna. I know I'm taking up 20 minutes of your stream, man. I'm just glad to hear from you. I love you.
Love you too, brother.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Y'all rock with the coach, man. He ain't never gonna give you the run. He ain't give you the run. I ain't watched you. Cause Dre, I'll be listening while I'm working. Right. I haven't heard you mention your little colognes of the day. Do you still do that, or did I just miss that part?
Obviously, I do the cologne of the day. I just didn't do that tonight. I just hadn't reached out for the cologne tonight. That's the only thing, but I still do my cologne of the day, definitely.
Hey, fellas, let me tell y'all, if y'all want to get the cologne, Dre, don't make me turn my camera on. I'll show. Dre names a cologne, and you go straight to Amazon and get that cologne. I found a nice bottle for like $30.
Right.
Like, you know, some good. He got some kind of pineapple one. Then I got this other one with the blue bottle. Drake knows his cologne game, y'all. Don't get it. I mean, he took the torch from Kevin Samuels. It might not be that $1,200 cologne, but that cologne he tell y'all about, that shit works. It smells good. You know what I mean? Y'all better listen to the coach. I don't call him the coach for nothing.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, man. I really do. But we're going to get back to watching this video. We got 70 people in the building. Shout out to you guys being here. And shout out to my man, Richie Mack, man. I appreciate you, brother. I love you more than you realize.
All right, bro. Love you, man. So enjoy your trip. I'm still going to be listening while I'm working.
Okay, cool. Yes, sir. All right. Shout out to my man, Richie Mack in the building. And at least now we know that Taylor Made Dreams is doing great. We know that he's doing great. And shout out to my man, T-Mac, with the $10 love on the Cash App. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Really do. Really do. Appreciate my man, T-Mac. Let's go here. Appreciate all you guys, really, man. That was unexpected. That was unexpected. Let's get back to the video, gentlemen. Shout out to my man, Richie, working hard. He's like me, man. I told you, entrepreneurs are men and women that are willing to work 80 hours a week, so we no longer have to work 40 hours a week. We work 80 hours a week, so we will never, ever have to clock in and work 40 hours a week. Back to the video, gentlemen. Put this back on stage.
$6,000 on top of the $2,000 I was behind on my mortgage.
I remember this guy he had a nervous breakdown because he was paying on his mortgage, and he ended up going into a mental hospital for 72 hours. And on top of the mortgage of being $2,000, they gave him a bill for $6,000 for being in the mental hospital, and $2,000 of that was the ambulance. This is crazy. So this man he really got an issue. He owes $8,000. The hospital, and it wasn't no use of him stressing. The hospital and his mortgage.
And $2,000 of that charge was literally the ambulance ride from the hospital to the inpatient center, which was 5 minutes away. I could have walked. And all I could think was, next time I do something like this, and it's looking more and more likely, I can never tell anybody because I can't afford even more debt. But hey, we've come so far, apparently, in terms of mental health systems in America.
If I was a drug addict, if I was a piece of shit dad, I could have so much more help. But with me out here trying to do everything the right way, you know, and nothing's working, nothing's helping. Life absolutely sucks right now. It truly, truly sucks. And there's no way to get out of it than to continue to dig myself into working and trying to come up out of this hole that seems impossible to come out of. You know, sorry for the rant. I'm not usually the ranting type. I'm just tired. I'm sick and fucking tired of having to live the way that we have to live just to survive, because it's nonsense. It truly is. I mean, I try my absolute hardest and I'm not getting anywhere. A lot of you are able to fall back on TikTok. I can't fall back on TikTok. Every time I try to get a video to blow up, it never does, and I'm not going against any standards. There's people doing way worse shit than me, and they're getting way more views and everything, but yet whenever I want views, I have to pay for them. Not me. I don't have that extra funding. You know, and then you pay for it, and then there's no guarantee that you have those same people coming right back. You pay for the views, and then afterwards you're back in a 200 view jail. And that's it. TikTok's fucking stupid when it comes to income too. I don't know. I wish I could catch that big break. I wish I could get back to a life of, you know, damn, we paid our rent, power, water, Wi-Fi, and insurance. That's our bills for the month, you know, and we can afford that. Talking about saving money and being able to invest in land and a whole bunch of other stuff, it seems impossible. So, you know, if you have that support team and you have a whole group of people that are there for you to make sure that you don't fall, be thankful for them, because there's a lot of us up here that one slip, one fuck up, one missed day out of work will cause us to lose our home, our vehicle, and to end up being on the streets. DSS is no help. CPS is no help. They won't help you until you're actually living on the streets. And once you are, they take your kids because you're an unfit parent. There's no help. You can't call these resource centers and everything like that. You can't depend on food banks for food because a lot of these food banks give you rotten meats and shit. It's just hard. It's just hard. Y'all let me know if y'all go through the same things on a daily basis, or am I just an irresponsible piece of shit? Because I don't feel like I am.
I don't understand how fucked up America gotta be for you to work hard and still have no fucking where to go. It's just like, oh my gosh, when is it all going to end? Like, y'all, it's so bad to the point where even though you work, you more than likely can't even eat every day. Not even 3 times a day. Me, none. Yet they expect us to keep working with a smile on our face. Fuck all of that. I be seeing why people don't fucking want to work. They pay us a little bit of money, but make everything fucking expensive. I'll be damned if I'm putting my life on the line for $14, $15. And then the whole time, your ass can get hurt or die at the fucking job you're at. So now, you done fucking wasted your whole life being a hard worker to a company that don't give a fuck about what you got going on, don't give a fuck that you don't have nowhere to go, just don't give a good goddamn. And certain people will never understand the frustration. You guys will never understand unless you're going through it. There is no reason why hard workers can't afford to eat, can't afford to live, can't afford to pay rent. It is so much. And I just wanted to let everybody out there know, okay? If you are deciding to bring your ass to America, hold on, y'all. Stay the fuck over there. Do not come over here. Please. I beg of you. This shit sucks. All prayers to all my Americans, all my USA motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying, my cousins, all that. We gotta figure something out, because this ain't gonna work for me.
Oh, jeez. What a day. Let's look at the news. See what's going on. Another form of government aid has been suspended while billionaires are getting more oversight and control. All right, maybe our foreign policy is a little bit better. Imperialism is back, baby, and the United States is going to be on the wrong side of history.
I'm sorry, we need how much to live comfortably in the United States? The median family income in the United States is a little under $70,000. $70,000. No state in the United States enables a family to live comfortably with $70,000 in income. So yeah, something monumental needs to be done to correct this. Because as wages continue to stay stagnant and inflation to keep going up, we're all going to be priced out. It's not a question of working harder, it's not a question of working overtime. This is now a question of structural, systematic change. This map shows that the cheapest place to live for a family is in Mississippi. $178,000. And billionaires and corporations think that they have it rough?
Hi there, my name is Tyler, and even though I work between 50 and 60 hours every single week, I am homeless living here in my car because of inflation. There wasn't any help to keep me in my apartment, even though I paid my rent on time for 3 years. I got behind just 2 weeks because I lost my job for reasons outside of my control. And I called the city, I called the county, I called the state, I called charitable organizations like Salvation Army and churches, and I was told time and time again that there was no help for me. The most that was given to me was being put on a 7-year wait list for possible affordable housing. I believe that this is wrong. There's so many hardworking people like myself, tens of thousands of hardworking Americans that are out here trying to survive, but we can't afford a place to live anymore, and we're being forced to live in our cars, and I believe that is wrong.
Somebody asked me to break down the American caste system, so here we go. Here's the first level. You're a laborer or you're in mass production. That means that you're in the biggest class and you also make the least amount. If you've ever lived paycheck to paycheck, if you cannot afford right now to stop what you're doing, quit your job, go travel a little bit, come back and figure out who the fuck you are, and then, work your way back into industry, this is you. This is you. If you rely on your job income to live, this is you. Yeah, that's most of you. Most people think that they're not in this class, and most people are in this class. If you during COVID were considered an essential worker, but you were not a medical person, this is definitely you. Next, we have the tradesmen. So these are specialized labor. This is where you have engineers, software engineers, people who make a lot of money because they do specialized labor. Now, here's the kicker. Most of these people are white men because this particular class with white supremacy needs to be capped off. Otherwise, you have too many people realizing that all labor is specialized labor, but you need these people to easily rebuff these people or to not understand these people. So funny enough, these people, while they're specialized, they tend to be very undereducated socially. They do not socialize well. These people are happy to be here. They're happy to own a home. A lot of them were born in this class and through what they perceive to be hard work got themselves here. But usually these people are the least traumatized of this class, which is what gave them the time, the ability, and the quality of life to be able to find and to resonate with this type of in this area and to move up, which is why they're oftentimes white men. Then you have the merchant class, which is definitely full of white people. So this is, they make the most amount of money, but you're getting to the least amount of people. These are your executives. These people believe that they are cultured or that they are intellectual because they can travel to Europe once or a few times a year. These are people who have a lot of excess income. These are your, like I said, your executives, VPs, things like that. They work and they do not relate to customers whatsoever. Now, the reason why I'm using the term customers is because corporate America is your caste system. So if you do not know where you fall in the caste system, look at what your job is. If you don't have a job or you are not a skilled, specialized laborer, you fall here. That includes middle management, any of that. If you are not, in other words, if you are not an executive, you're down here. And if you are not someone who makes a lot of money for your skilled labor, then you are here. But again, these are the people who usually perpetuate most of the racism that we see today because they believe that they have achieved this space due to their own hard work. But these people were born in this class. It's purely nepotism, which is why they gatekeep and with coded language and corporate speak and jargon to keep everyone out from here because there can only be so many people here. Yeah, they're not your friends. These are usually our most neurotypical people. And then you get the shareholders. These are the least amount of people. They do not socialize with these people. And these people know it, which is what sticks them in the craw all the time. But here we go. This is your elite. No, they're not politicians. They're not actors in Hollywood. These are your bankers. These are the people who move money and have money. If you do not work in corporate America, you fall into the court. And I'll explain that in another video. Look for part 2.
A little bit of breaking news for you here. If you are born in the United States, you are an American. That is not breaking news. That is something that is written in our Constitution and has been true for the duration of our republic. That said, when Donald Trump was sworn in for his second term 30 days ago, he signed an executive order that proclaimed that to no longer be true. This, of course, was immediately challenged in court. And among the federal courts it was laughed out of was one in Washington State. Seattle-based federal judge ruled that Trump's executive order could not go into effect. The judge passed an injunction against the executive order going into effect. The Justice Department, the Trump administration then appealed that. They've appealed it to the Ninth Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals, which sits on the West Coast. And tonight, a 3-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit has just declined the Justice Department's request to get rid of that judge's injunction to let Trump's executive order go into effect. The reason this is important is because this sets up potentially a rocket ship, very quick trip to the United States Supreme Court. When Trump passed this executive order, he had to know that it was blatantly unconstitutional. The point of passing it anyway, of signing it anyway, was to get the Supreme Court to rule to effectively change the Constitution, to make it so that if you're born...
Before she goes any further, do remember that President Trump put into place several of the current Supreme Court justices. I think Trump put in 2 or 3 of the 9 current Supreme Court justices that we have. So Trump already knows whatever goes to the Supreme Court will most likely go his way. And to be able to say that you are no longer American citizens by birth, you guys might have to, we all might have to end up purchasing our citizenship.
Born in this country, you are no longer a citizen. With this ruling tonight from a 3-judge panel in the Ninth Circuit, this would appeal to be teed up for a challenge directly to the U.S. Supreme Court. One of the first matters that Trump has provoked a conflict with U.S. law and constitutional understanding about that is going to the Supreme Court.
Are you guys proud to be Americans?
I enjoy the benefits that come with living in America, but I can't say that I'm always proud of what America does on like an international level.
My parents are immigrants, so I would say leaving their country to come to this country really did help me a lot, because I probably wouldn't have had as good of a life I do have now, but I would not use the word proud. I just am an American.
Wow. So now we're going to go into what immigrants are experiencing.
Life in USA.
So how much is house rent again?
2,300.
2,300. Which one is 2,300?
You don't know.
House rent. How much is car insurance?
320.
God have mercy upon us.
300. You had the $20.
Me.
Yes. How much is light bills?
100.
Light bills. How much is phone bills?
120.
120. So remaining 100. The remaining 20. How much is water bills?
100. Like 80. It's 80.
Water bills 100. How much is phone bill, internet and cable?
Like $96. So 100.
$96. So that's 100. So what else?
My hair and nails.
Leave that one. I'll leave that one. Now I don't get money. What else? Nothing else is remaining. Nothing else is remaining.
Don't run! Don't run! Don't run!
So, I have been in the United States for the past 2 months, and I'm going back to Colombia today. And I can emphatically say that I will not be coming back to the United States for a very long time. Okay? Hated it. It was some bullshit. Now, quick disclaimer to my family members that I stayed with. This don't got nothing to do with y'all. I'm not talking about y'all. Now, I'm going to proceed to go the fuck in. Why are eggs a...
Why is her English is so good? Like she been raised in the same black neighborhood we all been raised in. No Colombian accent at all, but she Colombian. And she said she ain't never coming back.
$8, right? And it ain't even for the organic eggs, okay? Y'all paying for 18 eggs that have that dull yolk that look like it don't have any vitamins or nutrients. Y'all.
That's a Colombian. Because she know there's a different. Real egg yolk is supposed to be orange. A strong orange. In the United States, the yolk is yellow. Okay, she real.
Y'all over here paying $8, okay? For a day's worth of food at the grocery store, it's gonna cost you like $100. Okay, what's going on? I understand why y'all are upset all the time. I understand why y'all are cold. I understand why y'all are heartless. Which brings me to my second problem. Being in the United States is very depressing. Like, I'm a person who energy, like I'm very affected by energy. I'm very intuitive. Like, I pay attention to people. Like, I feed off of positive energy, and negative energy just, it makes me feel down. And honestly and truly, everybody in the United States is so, like, it's so cold. And you'd have to go to Colombia to really understand what I'm talking about. Like, in Colombia, people still say, hi, how are you doing? They smile when they see you. They talk to you. They'll talk to strangers on the street. You know, like, I remember showing up places and people can see that I'm like on edge, and they be like, you know, tranquilo. Like, they're always just so peaceful and kind and like happy. And it's not that they don't go through their struggles like in the United States. It seems like even the people who go through struggles are much more nice and polite than people in the United States. Like it was so draining, y'all. So like I'm not even gonna lie, the majority of time, unless I was like at a family function, I was very depressed. Then it's like I would go outside, everything is far away. The neighborhoods are not walkable. If you want to go do something, you got to drive far to go get to it, right? Which then you're spending more money. And then on top of that, like, people in the United States do not like kids, or the kids don't even have personality, to be honest. Like in Colombia, if you go walk around the park, there are parks full of kids. They're having fun. People are out with their kids. Like, people are letting kids be kids. Then in the United States, you go to the park and you will not see not one kid, or, you know, very rarely your kid might have a couple of other kids to play with, but that's about it. Like, there's no cheer. There's no spirit. Like, people see you on the street, they don't speak. Like, it's so dark and dim, and I'm so glad to be going back to Colombia, y'all. Like, I see Colombia in a whole new light. So y'all are gonna be getting.
She sounds like Andrea. She sounds just like Andrea. When Andrea has a whole new outlook and a respect for her own country after all the other countries that we visited, and see how people behave and treat each other or don't treat each other. And now when we come back to Colombia from whatever country we go to, she's always like, oh man, I'm so glad to be back home to our healthy food, to being around people that speak to each other. I could easily say out of a day, if I walk past, let's say I walk past 100 people, I can easily say 60% of the people you just say hello to. I'm so used to doing it that I feel kind of out of place if I don't say something. Like if a person's walking past and they speak first and I forget to speak, I feel out of place by not saying buenos dias, buenas tardes, or just buenas, buenas noches. I mean, little kids, when you walk past little kids, buenos dias. Old people, buenos dias, or people my age is more or less like buenas, just straight buenas, represent everything, buenas. But to go back to the United, that's why Richie was saying that I felt so out of place in the States. I did, man. I just felt like I was just in a bag of ants. No offense, States. That's how I felt, like I was back in a bag of ants. Moving fast, but ain't going nowhere. Let's go back to the video.
Plenty of content from me. Colombia, the beautiful country of Colombia, the beautiful Paisas. If y'all felt like I did not appreciate you before, like, trust and believe, I'm finna turn y'all up on this TikTok when I get home. Like, I'm going to Cali, I'm going to Bogota, I'm going to Cartagena. Like, I'm gonna be going to all the attractions around Medellin. Like, I needed to go back to the United States to be reminded of how bad it freaking sucks.
Guys, as an Italian who lives in America, there's one thing I will never understand in this country. A weekend in New York costs you $500 to $1,000. It can even cost you $10,000, depends what you want to do. Which means that a week in New York could cost you $5,000. Guys, with $5,000, I can spend a month in Italy like a bloody king. Why do you go to visit a city that is literally just concrete for a couple of days instead of spending 1 month in a beautiful place in Europe where you can actually feel like a rich person? Because New York does not make you feel like a rich person. I know that all of you feel like that. Actually, New York is a perfect place to make you realize how broke of a peasant you are. I don't know, what beautiful privilege I have in this world is that I am not from this country. So I see everything from the eyes of an Italian. Like, people go to Miami to go to the beach. Same exact thing as New York. Take a flight, go to Sardinia, you have the best water in in the world. You're gonna eat for 1 month like a king or a queen. You're gonna actually feel healthy instead of feeling like a barrel like most of people in this country. And you're gonna be outside of America, so you're gonna actually be exposed to a different reality, enlarging the minuity of your mind. Ciao.
So a lot of you have been asking me, what is it like to live in the US? So I'm going to do a series of videos where I talk about this because the US is not everything that they are telling you that it is. I'm just going to be straight up and honest from the beginning. It's not all what they're saying. So it's not all bad either, but I'll start with the cost of living because I feel like that's a really big topic. If you live in the United States, I don't actually care where you live. You're probably not going to be able to go buy lunch anywhere for less than $10, which is like 100 Rand. Like, you're just not going to be able to. When I was living in the United States, cost of living was literally so high. For example, you have a child. You need to send that child to daycare. Daycare that we were sending our son to, where he would actually learn the alphabet, like letters, numbers, that kind of thing, was about $1,300 a month. That's about 25,000 Rand a month. And I know you're thinking, oh, but you're probably getting paid so much more money. The average pay for someone living in the United States is, they say it's about $59,000 a year, which puts you at just under like $5,000 a month. I'm suspect of that number, very suspect of that number, because this is the thing. Also, when you live in the northern part of the United States or cities where it just costs more, you get paid more. So they're also like averaging those numbers in. So like if you live in New York or you live in California, you are going to get paid more money to live there, but it's also going to cost a lot more money to live there. So again, if you're looking at getting like an apartment in like Tampa, the rent was like $2,000. So you just took that $5,000, just under $5,000 that you had a month. Take $2,000 of that away because you need a place to live. And this is without paying for water, paying for electricity, anything. So you're now down to $3,000. Take another $1,300 of that and put it towards daycare because you have a child. And that's per child, not like couple, per child. So don't mess around and have children back to back, or that's going to be a problem. So now you're down to about $1,700 if you've only put one child in daycare. If you put two children into daycare, baby, you only have $200 left. And I already told you it's going to cost you about $10 a day just to get lunch. So you can't even buy lunch every day for the rest of the month if you put two children in daycare and you're making $5,000 a month. So let's say you only put that one child in daycare and you do still have $1,700 left. Well, now you have a car payment, and that car payment is about $300. And so now you're down to what, $1,400? And I know I'm saying $1,400, but y'all don't talk like that. But so now you have about $1,400. And after that $1,400, are you going to go buy food for groceries so you can make dinner at night? Because that's going to cost you about $100 a week, at least, at the very least, for a family of four. And so really it's like $150. So let's do real math. So $150 times 4, what are we at? $600 a month for groceries? Yeah, because 300 and 300. So we have $600 a month for groceries. So take another $600 off of that $1,400. Let's do some math. So after $2,000 a month for the apartment, after another $1,300 a month for putting one child in daycare, you go to work to try to make money, after $600 in groceries, and after $300 for car payment and car insurance, you now have $800. $800, and you ain't even done nothing that brings you joy yet.
America is the worst place when
she said you ain't even done nothing to bring you joy yet. Let that sink in.
When it comes to social life, like I've been back in the States for about a week now, and I have no idea how people live here. Like every time I've come back to America from either like Asia, Africa, like it's just like I have a reverse culture shock, because it seems like people are just like dead inside. Like you look at people's eyes and it's lifeless, and then you just like ask people like, oh, okay, today's Friday. What is going on today? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, okay, what you been doing? Like I've been going for like 4 months. Like what have you been up to? Nothing, man. Just maintaining. You know, man. I'm like, yo, like, what the hell have you been doing? Like, every time I leave, like, I leave 3 months, 6 months, and then when I come back to America, it seems like nothing ever changes. Like, people are still in the same rut that I left them in. Like nothing ever changes, and the people are just like lost. Like, it really looks like people are like zombies here. Like,
Rican life, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, Rentoski, 100, 200, 300, 400, car insurance, 100, my bill from T-Mobile, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, my child support because I never have a TV and only $2 for me. I broke and sobbed. Not good.
You know, life in the United States as an African, it's not easy. As our friends back there in Africa, family members, a relative thing, the thing is easy. The thing immediately you get here, there is one tree at one corner waiting for you with money there just for you to pluck and start sending to them. No, they think that you're the goddess of money when you get here. Life here is so expensive, so hard. For example, somebody in Africa comes to you for help, like a friend. Yeah, literally you're gonna help the person the first time, the second time, but they take advantage of it, which is not right. Because you help somebody the first time, because you help somebody the second time, they'll be like, oh, she helped me the first time, she helped me the second time, I'm gonna go to her for help. Like, they forget the fact that you also have responsibilities. Like, you have house bill, like the bills here to pay, you have light bill, you have gas bill, you have phone bill, you have car bill, like everything. They forget the fact that you also work that money. Because you help somebody the first time, you help somebody the second time, they will be thinking, anytime I have a problem, I'll go to this person, I'll go to this person. No, please stop taking advantage.
My family and I immigrated here to the United States from the Philippines about 20 plus years ago, and we did everything legally. Parents obtained their work visas, petitioned us, we got our green cards, and ultimately our U.S. citizenship. Even though we've lived here for more than 20 years, we only obtained our U.S. citizenship last year. The path to citizenship here in the United States is definitely not a walk in the park. I still remember my parents working multiple jobs, even working on the weekends, cleaning offices just so they can pay the immigration lawyers to process our documents. Not only is the U.S. immigration system difficult to navigate, super expensive, but it's very unforgiving. When you're an immigrant here waiting for a green card, you can't really leave the country unless you ask the government for permission first and get an advance parole. Advance parole, you have to.
A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know once you get a green card to be able to go home and visit family and friends or just travel, you can't do that until you get your full citizenship. Let's bring that back just a little bit, what she was saying.
Park. I still remember my parents working multiple jobs, even working on the weekends, cleaning offices just so they can pay the immigration lawyers to process our documents. Not only is the U.S. immigration system difficult to navigate, super expensive, but it's very unforgiving. When you're an immigrant here waiting for a green card, you can't really leave the country unless you ask the government for permission first and get an advance parole. Advance parole, you have to have a good reason why you need to get out of the country. If there's a death in the family, you have to show a death certificate. If a family is sick, you need to show proof of their medical diagnoses. And even when you get that advance parole, it's not even guaranteed that they'll let you back into the U.S. Like what? A lot of the undocumented immigrants that came here into...
So they allowed you to get a parole. You got your green card. You're working on this citizenship in the United States. They gave you authorization to go visit family, but there's no guarantee when you come back that you can come back into the United States. Man,
The United States didn't just cross the border illegally. A lot of them became illegal and undocumented because the system failed them. Contrary to popular belief, not all of the undocumented immigrants here in the US crossed the border illegally. They came here legally with legal visas, had all the intentions to do everything right, but because of an unforeseen event like losing your job or making an innocent mistake such as not getting an advance parole before going out of the country, to visit a dying family member can easily derail you from getting your citizenship here in the US. I have a lot of empathy for all the undocumented immigrants here in the US because it's not easy. All I'm saying is that not all undocumented immigrants cross the border here illegally. A lot of them simply fell off because of how unforgiving the US immigration system is.
Okay, now we looked at Americans stressing out. We just looked at the foreigners that come to America, how they stressed out in the United States. Now we're about to look at some of our brothers and sisters and others and how they're doing outside the United States.
In the US, if you're complaining all the time, very simply.
For everyone who's sitting in shock and awe at the results of the election last night, bring it in. You're gonna have to come to terms with the fact that the overwhelming majority of the people that are living in the United States of America right now support those values and policies. And the things—
Before she goes any further, let that sink in. A lot of us after the election, we have yet to come to the conclusion that most of America wanted Trump. They wanted Elon Musk. They wanted Musk to bring his son into the White House. They wanted Musk to be president and Trump to be king. Most of America voted on this. This is what most of America wanted. So anything Trump, most of America voted for people to get kicked out the country, including family members. Most of America voted for Elon to come in and revamp. They told y'all about Project 2025 back in 2020, 2021, 2022. They told y'all about Project. Y'all voted for it anyway. You can't get pissed that most of America wanted, even if you voted against Trump, most of America wanted Project 2025. They wanted this situation where Trump is trying to change your citizenships. They wanted Trump to kick people out, even people that were here legally and other U.S. citizens. You voted for Trump to fire over 100,000 federal workers. You voted for Trump to take food stamps out of people who may have really needed in public assistance. You voted for Trump to take away the money that he was sending to all those other countries. You voted for all this. You voted for it. A majority of Americans, even though you may have voted the other way, but a majority of Americans voted for all the bullshit that you living in right now. You voted for $25 per carton eggs. You voted for that. Them Klansmen that you riding by on your way to work, you voted for them white boys to become Klansmen again. You knew what was going to take place. Stop playing dumb. All you black men that voted for Trump, you didn't think the Klan was going to come back? You didn't think Uncle Ruckus and all his boys was going to come? You didn't think Trump was going to let out all them white people that got locked up during January 6th? Ain't let none of you Negroes out that really deserve to be out of jail. Notice that all them white folks, they got out immediately with the swipe of a pen. He ain't let none of you Negroes out, did he? You voted for that. Make America great. All you do is that run around with the Make America Great hat on. Could you write in the comments when America was ever great for black people? When was America ever great for Asian people? When was America great for Latin people? Native American individuals. You run around with the hat on. Could you answer the question? And I'm not talking anti-Trump talk. What I'm saying is, America, don't trip. You voted for it. I didn't vote for Trump. You didn't vote for him. But the sad part is you got to deal with the repercussions that most of your fellow citizens did vote for him. That's the reality that many of us have not accepted. No matter if you voted for him or not, most of America said, I'm willing to walk into the BS that you are all dealing with in less than 2 months. You think hell is broke loose in 2 months? Wait for another 3+ years. That's y'all. My country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm black. Lift every voice and sing to earth and heaven ring. I don't care if you sing the national anthem. I don't care if you sing the black national anthem. At the end of the day, when this camera go off, most of your fellow countrymen voted for all the bullshit that y'all dealing with right now. You can sigh, you can cry, you can prophesy. Don't matter. Most of your American kinfolk, your neighbors, your co-workers voted for it. That's the only way a president can win. Majority voted for it. So it's sad that people that didn't vote for it have to deal with the repercussions of the votes of others. But enjoy your Project 2025. Enjoy your Project 2025. I'll be like T-Mac visiting, but I ain't staying. I'll visit LA.
That matter the most to you, and whatever marginalized identities that you possess don't mean shit to them. It was one in a myriad of reasons why I decided to leave the United States. As a matter of fact, I didn't even wait for the election because I saw the writing on the wall and I dipped in August of 2016, and I will never go back. And I can tell you, from 8 years of living abroad, my life has gotten exponentially better. Mind, body, and soul. So much so that I will never go back. And even my most recent trip that was this year, I told my kids when I was leaving that the next time we visited with each other, it was going to have to be somewhere else in the world, because every single time I go back to the United States, not only do I get stuck, because that's the way it's designed to keep you stuck, I am completely sick and out of alignment with the food, and it knocks me off my square emotionally 100%. It has taken me 4 months to recover from my last visit to the United States. And just like every other time something goes down in the US, this is going to cause a lot of people to want to get up and leave. And trust and believe, I don't blame you. But if this is something that you're seriously considering, you're going to need to build a solid foundation before you even think about logistics. Because outside of places in the United States, Canada, the UK, and Europe, things don't operate the same way as they do in the Western world. So if you're interested in doing something like this, I have opened up my calendar and you can sit down with me and pick my brain until your heart is content. I'll give it all to you, the good, the bad, the ugly, and if you need connections, I'll give you those too. But this is a process, and if you're serious about making these kinds of moves, you need to start that process now. Hit the link in my bio.
So many people want to move from the United States. I've been getting direct messages every single day. I moved from the United States a couple of months ago with my entire family to Eastern Europe, Northern Europe. And here's the 5 top reasons why we left the United States. Number 1, access to good food, healthy organic food at half the price. In the United States, there's many foods that you have that are actually banned in Europe. Second, healthcare. It's 3 times cheaper to get healthcare here. You can get a full panel of blood work for 100 euros. A professional private clinic is 50 euros per visit, a private one. And you can actually get one for probably for 10 or even free if you get in line. Third, childcare. It's absolutely unreasonable for mothers to bear children, give birth to children, and then get taxed at 50% of their income to pay for daycare. Daycare should be free. Hence, it's literally almost free in Europe. You get almost a year maternity leave. In the United States, you get 0 maternity leave. So the entire industry of childcare is like a business in the United States rather than a human right. Socially, people are way less divided than they are in the United States. In the United States, the moment you're red or blue, you just got to read the room, which room you walk in. Otherwise, you get attacked and all the other things. Last but not least, the politics. The politics in the United States shows us the trajectory for the next 10 years is not up. It's actually a slow degrade for the last 10 years, and it's not hard to do the math and look, the next 10 years is going to be even lower.
What my life is like retired at 40 and living abroad.
No matter what they say, sun is shining down on me, birds are singing praise. I'm about to have a good day in every single way. The God who made the universe knows me by my name.
I moved to the Dominican Republic. There are 3 things that are very different from living in the United States that you should be prepared for if you haven't lived here ever or in a while. The third one is going to get some people riled up. Fair warning. 1, people say hi. People say good day. People say hello to you all the time. Didn't really notice this until traveling back to the United States, where when you walk by people on the street or in a store, you might get a glance, but that's about it. Here, it's full contact, baby. That spans the island. I have not been anywhere from east, south to north where that is not the case. It feels cold now going back to the US. 2, you're gonna kiss when you greet, not on the lips. Let's not be weird. But man to woman specifically, a handshake doesn't do it. It's the kiss on the cheek. It's expected and very common. Took me a minute to get used to that one. And third, some people are gonna challenge me on this. Our teachers hug our kids. We love our school, we vetted our school, and the teachers become like family. I've said it before, there's no politicization of the kids at school. There's no books in the library you don't want your kids seeing. So when my 2 little boys go into school and I see their teachers give them a big hug before they go into the classroom, that's how I grew up in the United States. That culture exists here. Those are my 3. What do you think? Can you handle it? Is this culture for you? Drop a comment, let me know, and share this with some of your friends.
The best decision I made, moving to Africa. Oh, they live in mud huts in Africa. For the ignorant, does my house look like a mud hut? For all my family who want to invest in Africa, come on over. Best move I made. Separation for me. I don't have to live under Mzungus. Build my own, like Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X said. Tanzania, East Africa, Dar es Salaam. See? This is what life about. In your ancestral land. Y'all better come home to Mother Africa. No racism, no stress. Chilling on my patio, looking at the palm trees, having a nice sip. This is what life about, baby. Let that America go.
Let that America go. That's the last video that we're watching for right now. So once again, tonight's topic is about the mental health of the average American, why many of us are stressed out back home, and how you have opportunity. And like I said, don't expect them. Certain things we talked about, first of all, right out the gate, was number 6 and 7. They're going to lie to you about other countries. That's why I'm so glad that social media exists for this, that we can all share, especially as Black people, our experiences. We don't have to wait till CNN News tells us what's it like in Tanzania. We can post our experiences now on social media so people can see where I live, see where that brother lives, see where that sister lives. We can see it now. You guys are seeing everyday brothers and sisters like me that are taking advantage of the same thing that you have. Options. Their options and my options and the options of Richie Mack are no different than anybody else's options that are out there. But if we don't take advantage of them, you cannot blame anybody. And I don't mean anybody but yourself. And I understand the 4 reasons why most Americans don't go anywhere. First reason is family. I understand. You're close to your family. Your kids still have a few years before they grow up. Or your mom and your dad are still alive. You're trying to enjoy those wonderful years until they pass on. I can understand that. Number 2 reason is finances. You still are believing the myth that you need to have a certain chunk of money to put to the side to live in another country, because it takes a chunk of money to live in America. And that's why I wrote the book, Any Place Possible, because I want you to realize that you don't need as much money as you think to start a new life consistently in a new country. Third reasons are your friends. In other words, your comfort zone. You are comfortable in the United States, and there's nothing wrong with that. From your season football tickets to your season basketball tickets, I got you. You got tickets to Notre Dame and the University of Michigan on an annual basis. You like being able to see some of your favorite performers in concert. I got you. You're comfortable. United States is not just a country for you, but it is your country. 'Tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. Let freedom ring. And the fourth reason, which is most of all why most Americans don't go anywhere, is fear. You're afraid. You're worried. What if it doesn't work out? What if I get stranded? What if I get lonely? We used to say this back in the day. If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. In other words, when it comes to life, no matter what, you're taking a chance when you get hired with a new job and trusting that company will be able to afford to pay you. You're taking a chance when you move into a new building and hoping the structure is exactly like they said it is. You're taking a chance when it comes to entering into a new relationship with somebody, and you hope that that person doesn't do you wrong. So throughout life, you're taking chances. You're taking a chance that hopefully that you can get rid of that extra 15 pounds this year compared to last year. You're always taking a chance, gentlemen. Always. There's always a if involved, whether you're starting a business in the States or building a new life in another country. Either way, I'm just here to share with you that you have opportunity, and the rest of the world is not as scary and is not as evil as they sell it to you to be. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys. We'll end with T-Mac, and T-Mac says, we had a white dude with us. So every cop we saw, I'm dipping into somebody's conversation. I'm dipping. And speaking of dipping, let me dip and give you guys these videos with the cowgirls. Let's get started. By a special request of our brother Richie Mack, we're going to end with some cowgirls tonight.